16, forget about it. Hope that maybe we might get some surfing done.
Just a shout out to the local surfers. Thank yellow, white, or blue lycra. Thank you very much. Our surfing area is determined between the two black and white O'Neill flags on the beach. Thank you.
All right, that's the rules. If you're in the water, you can see where the O'Neill flags are. If you could just stay away from that, that would be great. Thank you very much. I wonder if that's Chris Peacock down there on his wing. Maybe it is. Chrissy, out of the performance area, please. And unless my eyes deceive me, there's a little swell is coming towards the team here. 3 surfers in the water. Has anybody got a list with the names on it? Have we got a list? Nate, have we got a list? No list. We've got Louis, Charlie and Dominic in the water. I think that is looking like a very nice little right-hander. Almost tubed there. Does that count? I think that was a shampoo. We might give it to him. We'll see if we get a better one. That was nearly an exceptional moment of actually nose riding into a barrel there. That's a tricky one for the judge to score. Nice little touch on the nose there. Louis comes around. Looking for a bit more face to work with there. Definitely better than his first wave, but Red has put a little marker down on his heat. Early doors. He's getting busy. Getting busy out there in the lineup. Good morning, dog walkers. If your dog goes for a swim, please keep them away from the surfers. We don't want any biting incidents. Although, if anyone rides away with the dog on the surfboard, obviously they will score 10 points. And look at this. There is definitely still some energy out here in the water, just as well as this stiff little offshore breeze is making it a bit tricky for the gang, particularly getting on the nose, and Red has found himself in the spot again. This could be good, or is it going to... There's a bit of fun to be had out there in the water right now. We hope that it's going to stick around as the tide fills in. High tide's at about, I think, 11. Is tide 11? Something like that. We'll double check these facts. Louis again looking for a left hand. He's just turned it around, banks into a little pockety insider, but that's not good. That's not the one, Louis. I thought you lived here, Louis. Come on. Pick the right one. Next one, please, buddy. We're seeing a move to a different performing area here from Louis. Louis sniffing out away further down the beach. And he has seen something that is coming to him. He could be in a good spot here. He's kind of between the peaks. A bit of local knowledge. This one going to pay off. He scratches in. A load of wind pushing him up the face. Look at that. That was just simultaneously with a gale that pushed him straight off the back of the wave. And that actually today is a great challenge for the surfers. It's all very well longboarding when it's not windy, but when you've got a big wide 21 or 22 inch wide weapon under your feet, it's really hard to keep that wind from getting underneath the board. Louis finding a little insider, steps up, toes on the nose, looking to try and float, can't quite get up to the top of the waves there. Louis a little more comfortable riding waves of approximately 50 foot. And gentlemen, that was probably the best. Gentlemen, that was probably the best wave of the heat so far. That was a nice running right-hander, pretty high speed. The wind is really putting a lot of shape on the face of these waves, which makes the whole nose riding thing even more challenging. Combination of a slightly steeper Louis, you're going to have to absolutely nail the next one. You need a 9.33. And we've got 4 minutes remaining. Look at this bomb down the beach. Now, do you see, there's the left you're looking for, Louis. I can see it. Currently in the driving seat, Charlie Unsworth is looking pretty comfortable, but not with an unassailable 13.5, but reflecting a couple of really good wave choices so far in this heat. The first heat of the day of today's British Longboard Union Tynemouth Longboard Classic. And we all take a moment to remember Steve Hudson and all of the spirit and culture of surfing that's been on this beach for such a long time. And here is a long little line that Louis is having another look at. He's trying to scratch in, but no, that's not the one. How about Dominic? Dominic is going to open his account? No, he's not. All right, so what we can see is a couple of these waves are kind of going underneath the surface, so we're probably between two sandbars now with the tide rising. There's definitely an outside section that looks pretty epic. And then there's a little gnarly inside little spot here where the rib sort of is, which is a little bit dead right now. And Dominic just seems to be right in that spot. Okay, we've possibly got Charlie on another one. Yeah, Charlie's rolling in here. Straight onto the nose, touches and gives us some mojo. But look at that, you see, the penalty for trying to throw the mojo. The wind blew him straight off the back of the wave. And that's why you got to find the... And look at this. Oh, was that in? I think that was in. I mean, if it was me, I'd have claimed it for sure. Dominic opens his account with a questionable barrel. Will we see the judges reward that? Maybe. Pardon me for Anderson Paak in the background there. Here's Louis, finds a nice little speed check there, manages to touch both the nose and just got over the top of that wave for a moment. That's not bad. That's not bad. With only 10 seconds remaining, I have a sneaky suspicion that Charlie has taken that heat, but Louis in second place. Still waiting for scores here. Oh, turn it up. Charlie's had a really great heat there. He's going to come in saying how good the waves are. Everyone else is going to say that was challenging. Next heat is lining up, and that, I believe, is just about the end of that heat there. Yes, the board has been turned. That's it for heat one. Louis managed to sneak one in on the buzzer, but I don't think that's going to change things too much. Charlie Unsworth, a great heat there. Getting some nice little right-handers. The real runners seem to be right-handers there. Note to heat two. Wasn't expecting Stevie Wonder. The horn has gone and the board has turned. Did you hear it? Oh no, did you? Yeah, just the start and everything. He hasn't turned the board. I thought that means it's not started. Yeah, wait, he's got to turn it to green for the heat to start.
Yeah.
Yeah? No, I didn't think so. Okay, that's 2 horns. That means we go. Bit of debate on the beach about whether we'd started or not there for a minute, but no, we had not, but we have now. And in the water, wearing red, Saltburn's very I can't speak. Evan Rogers, excuse me, my lips are a little bit chilled out here this morning. And then representing from the south, we've got Sam Blakely out there, Rudy Johnson Forrest in yellow, and Morgan Perkins in blue. Well, we've never had so many days of easterlies in all of our history. So hopefully going right is all right for Evan. Here he goes now just to actually tell me whether or not this is true. A nice little touch, and that's 2 dismounts for Evan, so showing it's tricky out there. All right, so we've got 17 minutes left in this heat. Plenty of time for the boys, just feeling conditions out. And the tide is rising for the next 2 hours, actually. It's only 9:26 right now. Lovely pirouetting going on there. Making amends for 2 surprising dismounts. But genuinely, this morning poses a unique set of challenges. We've got quite sort of small but long interval swell. And this stuff, it's strange how it interacts with the beach, because some of them, when it's offshore like this, will just kind of not break until the very last second. They race onto the inside sandbar and they stand up really quickly. And it can actually be very difficult to surf waves like this. Sam Blakely scratching into this one, showing that the froth is still alive. Plus, he's got the kids to show off in front of today, so double responsibility. Giving us some nice Rad Dad hands there as well. Lovely Rad Dad hands, Sam. I like that a lot. See what he's doing there, ladies and gentlemen? He's in the kitchen and he's reached for the spice rack and he's adding some extra spice. That's what he's doing. He's hoping the extra spice convinces the lads in the tower that was worthy of a slightly higher score. And I love a little bit of extra spice. Little waves are all about spice. Hold on a second, Charlie. Where do you think you're going? What's the froth report from the water, Charlie?
Oh, it's absolutely pumping out there. There's loads of pocket. If you find the right ones, it's, yeah, for sure. Loads of definitely good for nose riding. Turns are a little bit tricky with it being steep on the inside, but for sure, there's definitely waves to be had there.
There was a moment where it looked as though you might have got a little bit of a shampoo. Are you claiming that?
After this winter, probably not, but you always got to claim it. Always claim a barrel.
Well, great to see the stoke coming out of your surfing, mate. We'll look forward to watching you in the next round. Definitely a bit of action out there in the lineup right now. There's plenty of waves coming through, and it should stay like this for at least the next 2 hours. We are going to absolutely power through this competition today because, being honest with you, tomorrow looks a little bit marginal. Tomorrow, the swell's going to be so north, it's an absolute gamble as to whether it's going to come in or just bypass Tynemouth Longstands altogether. So, knowing this, we are going to just roll through the heat fast as we can today and make the most of this swell that's in front of us right now. That's more like it from Evan there, finding a little more elegance and dynamism on a punchy little left-hander. That's a classic example of a wave that's really, really hard to ride on a longboard. It was fast, it was almost barreling, loads of wind. Sam Blakely up and riding in white, dabs the nose, throws a spicy little cut back. And again, just looking for a little bit more on the inside. Oh, he's given it. Is it the motorboat? I'm not sure. I didn't see him steering a wheel, but he is making the most of every little bit of energy in these waves out here, using all his years of experience. It might be the pat the pussycat, apparently. That might have been the technique he was looking for there. We'll have to talk to him about that after this heat and see what he was looking for. Everybody's searching for something in the lineup, but got to stay busy, and Evan Rogers is doing exactly like that. Nice step. Again, that is just such a hard wave to actually make to the end. So fast, such little face to work with, but somehow or another, Evan still managing to just wander up, cross-stepping his way to the nose. So this is a pretty tight heat right now. In the lead at the moment, Sam Blakely has got 6.33. Evan Rogers, you need 3.34. Evan, 3.3. And here is yellow. It was a good start, but the line just quickly got a bit too high. The team's still feeling our conditions in the water. It's amazing how you end up just slightly high on the face. Evan riding once more. Here's Blue. Been biding their time, waited for a nice wave, nice bomb turn, good step. Oh, that one got a bit spicy. Eight minutes and 52 remaining to the surfers in the water. We had a brief exchange on the leaderboard there. We had Evan in first for a moment, but Sam has crept back into the lead once more. What can Evan do about it on this one? Evan adding a little bit of ballet spice to the end of that wave there. Ballet spice, also a valid attempt to sway judges' opinion. And look at these lines. Some of these lines are coming in the full width of the beach here, showing that this groundswell has still got a little bit more to give. Little rail grab. Yellow looking to get on the back of the board there, trying to stomp his foot straight into the tail to make that board really do what he wants it to do. But there's just such a short window of opportunity on these little waves that are going from very, very mellow and hard to catch to quite steep and technical. Sam also finding out that there are tricky little wave faces to contend with today. Slightly longer wave for Evan Rogers, but let's see what the judges thought of that. He was just stuck slightly behind the best part on the wave, but now he finds himself out the back, looking another one, and he needs only 3.3. And this one looks as though it could offer him a bit of face to work with on the right-hander. He's going to be on his forehand, and steps up, has found the nose, but no, that one runs away too, actually, so deceiving us here on the beach as well as in the water. Slightly more dynamic finish to that wave for Evan Rogers there, managing to float the boat a little bit on that one. Waiting for scores here to refresh. Just over 5 minutes remaining, surfers. Just over 5 minutes. Friendly reminder to the wing foiler, just steer clear if the surfers come down towards your end of the beach, please, buddy. Great conditions for winging it out there right now. And look, still more lines pouring in. With exactly 5 minutes remaining, here's Yellow having another look on the inside, but scores update. Sam, you are in first place in white. Evan Rogers in red. You need still 3.33 according to what's on my screen in front of me. Rudy, you need a 6. Come on, Rudy, just complete one. Just ride one to the beach. See what happens. And Morgan, who's headed off to a different peak further down the beach. You need a 6.13, Morgan. This is the Tynemouth Longboard Classic, brought to you in association with the British Longboard Union. Welcome, everybody. Evan looking to find something to work with here on this long right-hander. There, he finally gets himself to the nose. He's ridden that one a long way in. A little bit smaller than some of the waves we've seen ridden this morning, but I'm sure any minute now, one of the big sets is going to roll through that we've seen every 20 minutes or so far today. And here he goes. He got a chance to make one all the way to the beach here. That is better, Rudy. You see, you can just stay on the board. Just chill. Just chill and make it look good. The clock is winding down a little bit on this heat now with only 2 minutes remaining. Blue is having a look at one down the beach, and Morgan has found a little left-hander, which just really ruins all of that effort by closing out immediately. All right, we have had a lead change. Evan Rogers has crept into first place, and that means Sammy. Sam, you need a 5. Sam needs a 5. Morgan has slightly improved his situation. He now needs a 5.63. And I'm here in case the horn doesn't work. I've got another nice little East Coast battle. Nate Henderson representing Tynemouth, and Tom Cross has come up the road to see if he could take down the local crew. Couple of very capable longboarders. We've still got 50 seconds remaining, team. 50 seconds. It's pretty tight, this heat. Come on, Morgan, you're just going to have to send it. Heat 3, you can paddle out if you want. Just a reminder to anybody who's not wearing a singlet today, please keep outside of the competition zone, and particularly our friend on the wing foil, you are just in our zone there, amigo. If you could please make sure to stay slightly further to the north, that would be great. Thank you, buddy. Yellow's up and riding. We are coming down, 5 seconds remaining. This is going to probably be the last wave of the heat. And that's a 0. Heat is over. Heat is over. Come on, lads, get yourself in the water. Heat 3, go, go, go. Reminder to competitors, we're trying to get this done in a hurry today, so don't worry. You can paddle out with 5 minutes to go of the previous heat. But yeah, come on, lads, get a wriggle on. We've got things to do. Good little competition for Sam and Evan just there. I think Evan has pipped him to the post by 1.17. Not quite as good a wave quality in that heat as there was the waves before, with just a little bit more opportunity for scoring.
If these guys are good.
Are you ready? All right, this is Heat 3, and we are go for Heat 3. Come on, lads. Let's see what you got. At the back in position, Red is having a look at this one early doors. And here he is, Sam Blakely's made it off the water. Sam, if you got a minute, we'll come and have a chat with you about conditions if you got a chance. Can't hear a word I'm saying. You too, Evan, come and have a chat. All right, Heat 3's in the water. In red, we've got Rowan Kirbishley. In white, we've got Tom Cross. And in yellow, Nathan Henderson. Hey, Sam.
Hello. I'm James. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, James. We've actually got a camera set up here. Is he briefed you already? Yeah, cool.
Are we good to go with an interview? I think we might be good to go with an interview. Tower, did you get me? Put a hand in the air if you've heard me. Yeah? Oh, it's a hand in the air. Lads, just come back here and stand on this. We've set up this very high-tech piece of tarpaulin on the beach to mark where we need to be. Sam, great to have you here. A bit of a change from the south coast. How is it on the east coast?
It's great. It's lovely to be here. I've been to Scarborough and Staves before in the past, but this is the first time to Tynemouth. My daughter came up here with my son and my wife the last time we had the event, but it's beautiful. I mean, I will admit my boots are too thin. I've got to get, so Louis Hudson, if you've got some thicker boots, I might be borrowing those. But it was great to surf with my good friend Evan and some of the crew and Morgan from down our way in the southwest. So yeah, I'm really, really pleased that we've made the effort to come up here and support the community.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to hand the microphone to you, Evan, for a second. You can continue having this chat while I just knock the music down a bit. Tell me about conditions.
It's very tricky. Yeah, so pretty much a close out with the odd corner. So yeah, if you can get a corner, they're the ones to go for.
It's been a bit of a downgrade in size from the swells that you've been riding over the last little while. There's been this incredible run of nearly like 30 days or something straight of going right on the East Coast. Can you ever remember that happening before?
No, that's very rare. Never happened before. It's been good. I've loved it.
How many days did you manage to surf?
I think I had 2 days off in 3 weeks. So what's that, 19 out of 21? It's pretty good.
As somewhat of a surf historian, you would probably be quite interested to hear about this incredible run of swell that we've had on the East Coast. It doesn't happen like that all the time.
No, that's good. You know, you've got to just get in as much as possible. You've had a good run, but you haven't had such a lucky run here lately, so it's really special that this event's come together. And I want to say as well, Finn as well was in the heat from Edinburgh, and it's great to see some of the Groms coming and making them welcome and having them stoked to participate is so important.
Well, we've always had a super friendly atmosphere at this competition. It was great to see your entire family here today. It's almost a shame that you can't just compete with the girls in the same competition, because that would probably be more fun at the dinner table, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Lola would smoke me, but actually our son Ruben is better at nose riding than both me and Lola now, so he smokes both of us every free surf.
That's what I like to hear. So the family is still keeping it strong. All right, well, best of luck in the next round, lads. Evan, you're going to go one better this year?
I'll try, yeah. Nearly had it last year, but yeah, we'll try.
Okay, guys, get warmed up and we'll catch up with you next round. Thanks very much.
Thanks.
Good job, Charlie. Okay, let's see what's happening in the water. Slightly distracted. Oh, we've had a board swap. Wow, something serious must have gone down. Thank you very much, John, just hooking me up with the bacon sandwich here. That's what keeps the motor running. So, currently in first place, Tom Cross. He's got himself 5.6 on the board, and Rowan needs a 3.3. Rowan, you need 3.3. Oh, that's a lot of coffees you've got there. Just the right amount. Are they all for me? Thank you. And look at this, down the beach. There is a great little left-handers coming into the other peak. That's right on the edge of the competitor zone here. And white Tom Cross up and riding. He's found himself a little left-hander. Should probably have waited. The one behind was better. Now he has to suffer that fate that many surfer has experienced of seeing the better one directly behind the wave they tried to catch. So we've got a little pulse of energy coming through here. Can any of the surfers get into it and find something to work with? That was all a little bit too spicy for the wing faller and the short boarder just there. Guys, give each other a bit of space, and let me remind you again, you are very close to the competitor's zone. Just make sure that there's plenty of separation between you and the rest of the gang. Please look at this set. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the wave of the day coming through here, and nobody is anywhere near it. And just showing that actually, wait a minute, Tom has almost found his way into it. Look at the width on that thing. It's about 0.5 kilometer wide. Surface scratching here as a slightly bigger set has caught everybody out. And there, we're seeing that again. The tide has definitely moved in a little bit there, because 1 hour ago that would have been breaking in a completely different place. Strangely, that could be a big challenge at beach breaks like this. We've got actually pretty high quality swell today. The lines that are coming in, you'll notice, are very, very wide. Some of them almost the full width of the beach. And that can be challenging when you haven't got a really defined bit of sand for that wave to hit. And it leads to a lot of closeouts, which is what we're seeing the surfers experiencing in the water so far. Everybody's looking to find a little corner here and there, but it's tricky to find one that just stands up and lets you do your thing. Here's yellow on the inside. Nate trying to find a little bit of action there, but that one just standing up a bit too quickly and running away from him. Still 10 minutes left in this heat. First place, Tom Cross. Rowan is in second and needs a 3.5. Did he find it just there? Nathan, you are in third place and you need a 6. Nate, you need a 6. Yeah. It's just really hard to find a corner right now. It's just all closing out. It feels like the outside left over there looks like the best. That was a nice little wave for Tom just there. Ladies, surfing ladies, if you are in the first heat of the ladies division, then get yourself suited and booted. Get yourself over to the judges' tower and get ready. Just a friendly reminder that we are trying to roll through these heats as quickly as possible, so make sure you're all ready to rock 5 minutes before your heat is due to start. You can paddle out with 5 minutes. Eight minutes to go in this, the quarterfinal, heat 3. Sitting quite pretty in first place, Tom Cross. He's been busy out there. And I know that Tom's been surfing a shed load recently, so he's probably fresh as a daisy. Red trying to scratch into a little insider. Little touch on the nose, but that one not offering too much scoring potential. Here's Red having another little look on the inside with a section standing up in front of him. Can he get up to float the boat? Does. But that wind posing a challenge today. And that's the problem. When you come off the bottom and you want to go and hit the lip, the problem is that you're exposing the entire surface area of your longboard to that wind. So when you go up, you go off the back of the wave. Real skill to be riding on the top of the wave today takes a lot. And you've got to get everything just right. Not overcook it too much. Not rely on the wave to push you back in too much.
Rowan just messed up his board, so I reckon when he comes in, we have a chat with him about that. Board swap then, didn't he?
So what, you can call the next little bit of this while I try to Rowan needs a 6.
Okay, so Rowan, you need a 6. We've got White taken off. Oh, he's been butt out by a shortboarder. Free surfers, please remember to try and stay out the area as best you can, please, so we can run the competition as thoroughly as possible. Couple of yellow bananas walking down the beach here. Yeah, you could when you're over here. How am I at 1%? Okay, and here goes White taking off, looking out left. Beautiful fade, stepping up towards the nose. 5. Stepping back, and a lovely little finish. Didn't quite stick it. And Red's taking a look at this left. Yellow's taking a look at a left here. And pulling off the back. Not quite what they're looking for. Pop them in there. Some beautiful looking longboards coming past us today. If you don't know anything about it, come and see us, have a chat. We'll fill you in with all the knowledge. Yellow's up and riding, stepping up towards the nose. Lovely 5, stepping back. Nice little downturn. Finishing out into the white water. Lovely little wave. I'm all right. Cheers, Milo. Thank you, mate.
What are you actually wearing? It's 3 mils. But you know when you have like an old pair that you like to wear?
Red up and riding, stepping up towards nose. Lovely 5. Oh, just nose diving on the drop there. It is pretty steep face. Reggie running in red, running down the beach, getting ready for his heat. Looking ready. And the surfers can paddle out. There is less than 5 minutes left in this heat. Make sure you smile for the camera. White up and riding and fading off to the back there. Here comes Louis Thomas Hudson, big wave surfer, Tynemouth surf go, and longboarder. How was the first heat, Louis?
Yeah, it was a couple nice waves actually. Like, yeah, you got a couple sick ones. I got a few okay ones, but I think you found the best waves in the heat for sure. Yeah, positioning today is definitely a key one to make sure you're in the right spot. But there is some quite nice waves when they come through. So it's just about being in the right spot, being ready, and just factoring in that wind as well when you're paddling in, because it is it's pretty strong offshore wind.
Any secret local tips?
Oh, I don't know. Just there's often I usually like surfing a left into the rip over there, but it's not really working today. So just staying active, I reckon, and definitely keeping a lookout from the corners. Oh right, yeah. I'm just gonna run the Sony down to the.
That was Louis Thomas Hudson giving us a little bit of insight into Long Sands Beach there. So the next heat will be underway any minute now. I'm going to interview Rowan. He had to do a board swap. Yeah. Great. Amazing. Legend. Cheers, mate. Bit of a better set coming here. White up and riding. Will Yellow take a look at this? He is. He's paddling in, looking left, and pulling off the back. I think that was the right decision there. I reckon we need to have an interview with Mr. Rowan. In the last heat, he had to take a bit of a board change. Yet to find out why. I have heard rumours that he decided to give his board a kiss and give him a good old headbutt. He is walking in a straight line, so hopefully he's all right. That is one of the tricky parts of surfing longboards when it is windy. They do bite back. Once you're ready, Rowan, come up here. We need to have a chat with you. White on a lovely little wave there. Would that be classed as a ride out? Typically, ride outs are classed when you ride out with control for a minimum of 2 seconds, or kicking out with control. Where's that classed? I don't know. We will see what the judges reckon. Red up and riding. Reggie Roynan heading to the nose. Lovely 5. Nice little finishing turn. Doesn't quite stick it. Yellow taking a look at this one. It's fast. It's straight. Oh, will he make it? Not quite. We have Rowan here coming over for a quick chat in front of the interview camera. So Rowan, heard you decided to give your board a kiss. What happened in that last heat? I see you've come back with a different board. What happened?
Oh, I just kind of fell out a bit of my board and yeah, decided to hit it with my head for some reason.
You seem to be walking in a straight line. Are you all right, or is the board come off worse?
I think, yeah, you should see the other guy, honestly. Yeah, the board's worse.
Yeah, you know what the locals are like here. They will come back and get you if you drop in. Did you have a good surf, though, do you reckon?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. The lefts are quite nice.
Yeah, there's a few lefts coming in over there. I think everyone's sat on that bank pretty right now. There was some rights directly in front earlier. They're not really working as well anymore. Would you say that was a few coming in, or is it typically on that left now?
I think it's mostly that left. There wasn't too many rights on the middle bank.
Well, there you had it, guys. From Rowan, the headbutt master himself. Watch out for him. He might come for you next.
No. I'm going to do another interview. We've got a bit more surfing royalties come down from Scotland here. Phoebe, actually come over here. We're going to do a little sneaky interview, Tower. Just a little sneaky one, very quickly. Come here, Phoebe. Stand on it. Stand on this. Tell me now. Look, we're actually broadcasting to the gang online here. Tell me, what's colder, the northeast or Thurso?
Thurso by far. There's no comparison.
No way. What are you talking about? You get the Gulf Stream up there. It's like 2 degrees warmer.
Definitely not. It's a lie. It's a lie. Fake news.
So you've been spotted around this coast a little bit more recently. I presume that you're getting a guided tour of the various surf spots from somebody standing just off camera, Sandy, just there. How are you enjoying getting to know this stretch of coast? You don't have to do any more than that. That's all we needed. Just that. Yeah, a great interview. You don't have to do any more than that. That's all we needed. Just that. Yeah, a great interview, Sandy. Thanks for contributing. Always welcome on the broadcast. All right, mate. See you in a bit. Okay. We're moving back into the competition here. In the water with 13 minutes to go. This is Heat 4. We've got Reggie Roynan currently leading the heat in red. In white, Josh Austin needs a 2.57. And then in yellow, now this I'm going to roll the dice and say, is it Rory? Somebody help me. Is it Rory? Rory. Not quite sure. How do you pronounce Ruairidh? Rory? Rory. Oh, she's telling me it's Rory. All right, there we go. Oh, this looks promising for red. A little nuggety left. And they're going to get past this section in front. Reggie just getting caught behind it, but looking to try and hang on to the end there. The banana board's just coming unstuck underneath in there. Little pulse of action going on here. Another banana weapon is up and rolling. It's also a valid tactic on a grey day like today. You want to choose a high-vis board. High-vis board looks as though it's doing a bit more than a low-vis board. And here's Red. Reggie up and riding again, gets the toes to the nose, a little chandelier falling on the deck of the board. Manages a bit of a check turn, and he's just trying to hang on for a milking of the inside section a tiny little bit more. Throws half a pirouette in and decides that'll do. Take a lunch break, or at least a biscuit break. All right, the latest there. Josh still needs a 3.8. And Nurari, a 4.3. First place, Reggie Roynan. Score's still waiting to drop. I'm here with another long-time longboard community member, Mr. Ollie Wickham. Ollie, what does it mean to you to come down to the beach at Tynemouth and get involved in this competition? You know, some people are here to win, but I get the feeling that you're here because you just love the surf culture, right?
I'm just here to win. That's it. No other way.
All right, it's everything or nothing. Fair enough. What are your first memories of coming down to Long Sands?
School, I suppose, just up the road at school, and then learning to surf my longboard here with Stephen, Louis' dad, and being in the surf hut there. Back in the day, it was all pretty good, and Sandy's mum, when she had the cafe down here, that was all good crack as well, you know. Really
It's
good.
a place that's just full of memories for a lot of people who are in the comp today. And that's why it's so special to come down and actually have some surf for the weekend. How good is it this time? I mean, you know, it's a bit colder than last time, but it's great to have some swell, right?
It's really good to have some waves. I don't know if I'm going to catch any, but I'm going to try my best. But it's tough out there. It looks hard. Some really good surfs as well.
What board choice are you going to go for today, Ollie?
11 foot. I'm going long today. Big paddle speed. See if I can get a few turns in, beat the old boys.
That's the spirit. That's what we want to hear. Beat the old boys and the young boys too. It's those youngins you've got to watch out for, actually, these days. Old timers like me and Oliver are getting our something I can't say on the broadcast handed to us. And now the girls are going to go out there. Great. See some more elegant performances on the water. It's quite tricky for the girls today because it's really, really windy. And if you're a lightweight, then it's super hard to actually stay on the wave face. So interested to see how the team deal with these challenging conditions that we've got. Let's not forget, though, in 2024, when we last had this competition, Emily Curry got absolutely barreled off her nut in the final. It was one of the most legit barrels I think I've ever seen surfed at Long Sands. And it just happened right in the final, and it was, yeah, undisputed. It was not a shampoo. It was a full, proper barrel right inside the tube of the wave. So anything can happen out there, and we're really kind of getting into a good place now. It's almost high tide. We've still got another hour of push on the tide. And this is great to see the swell just push up a little bit. It looks about 6 inches bigger than it was 1 hour ago, and maybe just a little bit more consistent suddenly. First place is Red, Reggie Roynan. Second place, Josh Austin. You need a 4.3. Reggie almost getting a little shampoo himself there. Gets up into the lip and sticks it. And then, did he stick it? I think we might give him that. Will the judges give him that? We'll see. That was a bit more of a dynamic wave for Reggie there. It was all happening. His board was really flowing. He managed a bit of speed. Rari also getting a nice little left-handed runner just there, but not quite the same length. Firmly contestable conditions out here, and it's looking pretty good. We've still got plenty of opportunity for scores, plenty of opportunity for everybody to express themselves out there today. Plenty of opportunity for cheesy photos. Harrington. If you're watching this on the live stream somewhere tropical, you might be forgiven for thinking that the golden sand means that obviously it's warm at the beach today, but no, it isn't. It's about 6 degrees or thereabouts. Red dropping in outside. Toes to the nose, yes. And then just a little section coming down on the board and forcing Reggie off what would have been a good scoring wave just there. Half of a glimpse of the sun, again just completely fooling everybody watching online as to whether it's Baltic or not. Let me reassure you, it is definitely pretty chilly. Adding just one more dimension to the ever-changing set of things you have to deal with in the water. Not only is it really cold, but it's about as cold as it gets on the East Coast right now. It hasn't been the coldest winter ever, but water temperatures, we're probably talking around about 8 or 9 degrees right now. Wait a minute, I stand corrected. Surface temperature of the North Sea today, according to NOAA, is 7 degrees Celsius. It's not 8 or 9. That's about 15 to 20% difference over what I said. 7 degrees, so hats off and kudos to all of those who've been in there with just their swimming costumes on this morning. You are Wim Hofing yourself into legendary status. And just, well, I could make a more scientific statement about this, but you're releasing the Kraken. That's what you're doing. Good job. Look at this, a beautiful step from Yellow there, powering down the line and floats the boat. Nice little bit of momentum just for a second there. Looked as though it could get also a chance to unleash the dragon. The one thing which we're struggling to see so far in the heats is nobody's getting a chance to really put the icing on the cake of any of these waves. They get a check turn and a trim turn, and then it's a race down the line. And there's very little opportunity for banking off the bottom and hitting something on the lip or finding a way up and floating the boat. White trying to change that dynamic. This one just a long one, going to probably check back for a little reverse. Goes for the 1 foot can-can, and the can-can is denied because this is not the Moulin Rouge. There shall be no can-can today. Not yet, there won't be. Don't worry though, there's plenty more time for can-canning. Interesting conversation with Sam Blakely just before. Sam has come up from down south, not exactly on the south coast, but still has arrived in the northeast with a pair of 3mm booties and came out of the water saying, Louis Thomas Hudson, please can I have some thicker booties from Tynemouth Surf Co ASAP, because yeah, 3 mils not going to cut it. 6 is the magic number. Forget 3 is the magic number. In the winter time up here, you really want 6mm thick boots because that just leads to happiness in the water. Scratching in. Energetic paddle from Yellow straight into a little pockety half barrel And just a little gust of wind floating that board up the face and making it just too difficult to stay on the wave. We have 1 minute remaining in this heat, team. 1 minute remaining. Josh Austin, you need an 8. Josh will have to absolutely send it on 1. And Rory, to move up, you need a 4 to move into second place, Rory. Here's Red turning, having a look. And access. There's still 30 seconds to go here. There's still 30 seconds to go, so this one is going to score. Or at least there's 30 seconds to go according to my mobile phone. I'm not sure who's right anymore. We've got 10 seconds to go now. 10 seconds to go. If you see a ripple, catch the ripple. This looks like a pretty comfortable win for Reggie. Reggie surfed really well in that heat. Okay, we've called it. Next heat already in position. So we're going to move out of the men's division now into the women's part of the competition. And we're going straight to semi-final here. And here we have the names. In red, Beth Layfield. In white, Amelia Dickinson. In yellow, Georgina Lutas. Lutas? Not sure. One or the other. White is up and riding. Just getting the feet in the wax and having a little feel of conditions. And if you didn't notice just there, went for a little tail kick stall, and the second that board tipped up slightly, it threw, the wind got underneath the board and threw her straight off the back of the wave. And that's the challenge today. It's blowing a hoolie. And we do love offshore conditions, but sometimes too much offshore. Too much offshore can be just as hard as too much onshore. Another little fireside chat with one of the oldest of old school people surfing on the East Coast here. And Anto Baird, tell me what it was like growing up as a surfer on the East Coast.
The wetsuits were much, much colder. The waves were similar. The boards were longer and heavier. And there were far fewer people surfing.
What was it like growing up in the relative shadow of your brother, who was British champion in about 1980 something or another?
Well, he was the, I think it was the Scottish Open Junior Surf Champion, but then I was Northeast Pipe Riding Champion of skateboarding, so I think we did okay.
That sounds like a good little brotherly sibling rivalry there. What do you see as the big change with surfing now? When you're looking at the scene, we've got 3 girls out in the women's semi-final right now, and there's really a sense of a different kind of scene to when all of us were growing up back in the day, right?
It's a completely different world. I feel lost.
I think we all feel a little bit lost sometimes, and I think it's maybe like that out in the lineup too. It's a bit tricky to find the right spot today, but these girls are in the lineup and they're going to do their best to find some nuggets out there. And there are some nuggets out there. That work there as well, does it? What's up, listeners?
Okay. Good day for us, I think.
Red is up and riding, just, turning on the style a little bit. Working it through to the inside, and the girls are yet to find a bomb out there, but there'll be one coming soon. Louis, what's going to happen for the rest of the day with the swell? How do you see it playing out?
I think the swell's been gonna stay steady 2 to 3 foot throughout the day, which is good. Windy. I think when the tide drops back a little bit, that should hopefully add a little bit more shape to the waves. But yeah, I think for the next couple hours we're looking at kind of similar conditions, maybe a few little pulses hopefully, and then when the tide drops back a touch, that should hopefully allow for some slightly longer rides and maybe slightly improved conditions.
So Louis, for those who don't necessarily know Longsands that well, you basically look at this place every day. It's a bit different to Nazaré, but give everybody a little breakdown as to the different zones that people might surf on the beach.
So my favourite spot is you've got like a left-hander that runs into the rip, but that's not actually breaking today, and that's kind of runs just from out front in Crusoe's over towards the swimming pool at the south end of the beach. Where the guys are surfing now is sort of the main bank on the beach, and then further north past the black competitor flag, you often get a really good bank up there too. That's not really breaking right now, but you get pretty good waves up there. And when it gets really, really stormy, right at the north end of the beach, you can Finn's telling me off for giving away a secret. And right at the north end of the beach, when it gets stormy, you get some lovely little like punchy 2 to 3 foot waves there. So yeah, you kind of get waves all along the beach, and it's quite cool because mid to high tide is generally best here, but it does actually work through all tides. So it's a pretty consistent beach. Probably, I mean, maybe I'm biased, but I'd say it's the best beach to surf on in the whole of the northeast. Maybe here in Saltburn.
Oh, we'll have to get Evan on the mic to counter that claim just there. And I would say the Beatenhill Bay is the best beach in the northeast, but you know, it's controversial stuff. A lot of people talk about rips, and some people are concerned about rips. But what does the rip do at Tynemouth to that little peak that you were describing before, and how can that sometimes help out on a beach break?
Yeah, so the rip current's actually really strong and pretty dangerous by the pool there. So all the water that comes into the beach generally goes back out via the current by the swimming pool there. That can be really handy for us surfers because you can basically catch a wave into the rip current, paddle straight back out because the current will take you out, and then catch another wave. But yeah, for swimmers and people that maybe don't know the area, it can be super dangerous because the current just whips you out to sea. If you ever do get stuck in a rip current, remember just to stay calm, float, and then make your way out of the current by swimming parallel to the beach across the current. Lifeguard Louis on the mic.
All right, well, let's put a little bit of contrast on this whole thing. And that, you know, you grow up in these conditions, and you just said we've got a pretty heavy rip that flows out at the south edge of Tynemouth up the side of the swimming pool. And we've grown up and we talked about, you know, the danger, and we experienced this thing day in, day out when we paddle out. But then Louis been surfing in Nazaré recently. And how much of a different game are you experiencing in the Atlantic Ocean versus here in the North Sea?
Well, it's definitely a lot warmer, that's for one. But yeah, I mean, obviously Nazaré has a lot of power. Like when you look at the swell conditions on Surfline, there's sometimes the kilojoules at Nazaré get to 30,000. 40,000, even 50,000 when it gets really, really giant. The kilojoules today will probably be 100 or 200. So there's a lot of energy in the Atlantic, and especially at Nazaré, you've got a big deep canyon where the water goes from really deep to really shallow very quickly, and that's what makes the wave kind of jack up and has so much energy behind it.
I'll tell you what, if we could get the tide to just come over this bank that's right in front of us here, we'd have a similar shelf there, wouldn't we?
I reckon so, yeah. That's Finn's bank right there, I reckon.
So last year it was a pretty close run competition. Well, it wasn't last year, it was 2024, the last time we had the chance to run this competition. And Evan Rogers came up just short in that one and took arguably the shop bragging rights back down to Saltburn. Are you keen to try and one-up Evan this year and keep it here on the beach for Tynemouth Surf Co?
Yeah, definitely. I'll do my best. I mean, Ev's pretty good, but I'll give it a crack for sure.
Yeah, we've got a really friendly rivalry between all the shops that are known up and down the coast. Got here at Tynemouth Long Sands. Been standing there since what, 1970 something, or?
The surf shop? 1995 the surf shop was...
95? I thought it was older.
Yeah, 1995, but still it was our 30-year anniversary last year, so it's been actually, was it this year? Anyway, it's been our 30-year anniversary recently, and it's pretty cool to know the shop's been standing for that long. It was set up by my dad, Stephen Hudson, back then in 1995 with Mark Ward, and since then it's I've taken over the shop and run it alongside my mum Mel, and it's great to keep the family business going.
It's super cool to see all of the shops doing their bit for the surf culture around here. Oh, Red up and riding on a nice little left nugget here. Can she stay in the pocket? Not quite. Just another example of the wind blowing a little bit harder there. So we've got Tynemouth Surf Co here on Tynemouth Beach, and then just down the road we've got Saltburn Surf Shop. Originally Gary Rogers was head honcho there, but now Evan, an excellent surfer in his own right, representing Wales and going all over the world to lots of competitions here and there and everywhere. A man who's 100% in surfing culture for the simple reason that he just loves it. And then a little bit further down the road we've got the lads at Secret Spot Surf Shop who are running a fairly well-known competition now called King of the Point, which is a competition that only happens when it's a minimum of 10 foot. And it's designed to be a big wave surfing competition. It's been a little while since we've had the chance to run that. But surf culture is alive and well on the East Coast, and that is really being represented this weekend here in Tynemouth as we have the North Sea Surf Film Festival happening. Do you have anything in the Surf Film Festival this year, Louis?
We had a couple of things in the Cold Gold session on Thursday night. We had a Tynemouth Surf Co. small edit, like a mini edit, and we had a edit from Ireland with myself, Cotty, and Ben Log. That was pretty cool. The trip was like a strike mission, and it was called Mission to Ban, which in Irish means like strike mission or secret mission. And yeah, it was pretty funny trip, and I feel like the film's portrayed like pretty cool and just gives like true just British crack how it is actually on a trip with the lads, you know. So yeah.
Finner, any of these trips, some that you'd like to get a bit of the action yourself on?
What, his trips? Yeah, maybe someday. I don't know. He's been saying like, "Oh, I'll take you." And I'm like, "Oh, come on then, I'll come with you." He just doesn't reply. So I don't know. Maybe he needs to pick up his phone a little bit more, but we see.
He's never said he's gonna come with us ever.
I've always said I was coming. Too scared. No, I'm not scared. Maybe I am a little bit scared, but nah, it's good to see that Louis representing Tynemouth and bringing out the big waves and stuff like that. I think he got a bit scared of me getting better than him in the small waves, so that's why he's gone off and done the big wave stuff.
Listen, if I knew you were going to talk rubbish in the microphone, I would have invited you to speak. But still, it's great that you want to be a part of the action. I'm really happy to have you down here on the beach at Longstands. But what have you been doing recently with your own surfing? What's been happening?
Did a bit of the QSs last year. Had the worst year of my life on there. A lot of money being spent and not a lot of rewards coming out of it. But hey, had a fun time. So yeah, just kind of maybe doing that again this year. But we need to save up money and get some money going. So maybe we need to speak to Louis and get a contract going where he gives me some money. But that's never happening.
How do you find the difference between, say, just a local competition like this, where it's really about like the crack, versus the sort of competitive environment that you're putting yourself in on the QS?
Oh, definitely. I mean, everyone's got a bit of an ego, I can tell you that now. But it's the competition. I mean, he has always good crack when you go to the QS. You got a bit of crack, but everyone wants to beat each other up in the water and out of the water. So I kind of like that. But yeah, it's more warm when we do the QS compared to this. It's freezing, man. Hats off to everyone that's doing the contest today, like, because I don't think I would want to be doing it today.
Louis, what's the water temperature at Nazare?
I reckon probably like 17 degrees, maybe. I'm sort of guessing a little bit here, but I reckon probably like 17, 18 degrees in Nazare right now. So probably.
Are you 3-2?
Yeah, 3-2. Saying that, I just surfed my heat in a 4-3. I think when you're only in for 20 minutes and you're staying active, like, you can. It's not that bad when you're actually in there. When you got the right equipment on and that sort of thing. It's cold if you're going in like in your shorts for sure, but when you've got your wetsuit, boots, gloves, you're toasty, really.
I think it's one thing that all Northeast surfers have in common with each other is that when we're all suited and booted and carrying our surfboards down to the water, most members of the public look at us as if we're just a little bit mad and usually say, "Are you not freezing cold when you go in there?" But actually, it's not like that, is it, Louis?
No, not at all. Like, honestly, a lot of the time when you're surfing, you're actually too hot, like trying to cool down a little bit. The equipment's just so good these days. It's it's mental, really.
Yeah, I remember back in the day with my 5mm titanium-lined wetsuit that was by no means a steamer. It let the water in just as fast as it let it back out again, and a lot has changed in the last 15, 20 years with wetsuit design, that's for sure. Now let's have a little update on what's going on with semi-final. We've got heat number 1 of the Women's Open going on right now. Louis doing a sharp exit, wisely. We've got Beth Layfield in first place. You got 7.4, Beth. 7.4, sitting pretty on the top. Second place, Georgina Lutas. You need a 5.2, Georgina. 5.2. In third place, Amelia Dickinson. Amelia, you need 1.68 to move up, and here is Beth. Up and riding, nice looking little left. Is she going to get a chance to come off the bottom? Tries to. Almost floats the boat, but there is a classic example right there of how it's so hard to find the time to get your board back up to the top of the wave today. By the time you do a trim line, you try and go down the line, and as soon as you've got yourself into a position of scoring by maybe getting your first foot to the front of the board, because a hang five is one of the scoring moves on a longboard. You're then faced with the closeout, and it's just very difficult to find time and space to get the board back down to the bottom of the wave and then back up to the top of the wave without getting blown straight off the back of the wave. And that, in a nutshell, is the challenge faced by today's surfing crews. For anybody who doesn't know, the whole North Seas weekend and the Surf Film Festival is ongoing for even an extra day, actually, in addition to this weekend. It's today, it's tomorrow, and then there's one more day of screening. Lewis Arnold's film is going to be playing. For anybody who hasn't seen that, it's a very interesting look at the reality of neoprene and wetsuits and our relationship with toxic chemicals. People are so much more environmentally conscious these days than they were in the past. And actually, when you look at the heart of surfing, something that's perceived to be this clean, green pastime where, you know, we're all just out in the sea and what harm are we possibly doing to nature? Well, for all of this time that we've been using our neoprene wetsuits, there is, unfortunately, a harsh reality to using those suits. And it comes from a deep, dark chemical place. And that's actually what Lewis's film is all about. And that film has rightly received a great deal of praise for putting the spotlight on how we can do it better. And that, alongside all kinds of cultural oddities and tidbits, is what you'll find if you delve into the lineup. Oh, look at this one for white. Come on, get that board up onto the lip, or just style it out, whichever you prefer. Reach for the spice rack. Add the spice. No spice was added. It was just a straight hander in the end for white. Looking to try and move up. Amelia needed a 2.77. You know, if she'd thrown her arms out and bent the knees a little bit more and thrown her hips forward, that 2.77 could have happened there. It could have. And that seems to be time up on this heat. It is time up, ladies. That is your bit for this heat. And it looks to be a win for Beth Layfield. Surfed really well there, Beth. Oh, here she goes with a little victory lap. Come on, get into the lip. Yes. Tapped it. And how about a claim too? You got a claim for us, Beth? Oh, a nose pick claim. A classic. Just a little wipe of the nose just to signify, yeah, my work here is done. Everybody saw I can come into the beach now. Well, not quite ready to be carried up the beach, but still a nice win and progressing to the final there for Beth and Georgina. Condolences to Amelia. Unlucky. You didn't quite make it there, Amelia. Needed more spice rack. That's what you needed. We are underway for our next heat. We're rolling straight on through. It's 10:49 now. We've got 1 hour more until high tide, where we expect the waves to stay pretty consistent. And in this heat, we've got Emily Curry, Lola Blakely, and Hannah Sharp. Emily's in red, Lola's in white, and Hannah is wearing yellow. And the girls are scratching a little bit further north, trying to sniff out the first scoring opportunity. And there looks to be a little swell sneaking in here, so maybe they'll get a chance to open their accounts shortly. Okay, here we go. I know it's that one. That's one of those closeouts there. Look at that. It's just breaking everywhere at the same time. Top to the beach, bottom of the beach, no scoring potential whatsoever. Lola might have just found a little corner here. She's looking, didn't want to get an interference, so she lets yellow go. That was quite wise there. Lola using her competition experience to her benefit. Spotted trouble. Now, I'm not exactly certain what the regs are for the British Longboard Union, but I presume it follows the ISA's guidance on the matter, which is if you drop in on someone, then you lose one of your scoring waves. And in conditions like this, that means it's extremely unlikely that you're going to win your heat. So that was a wise play from Lola there. I saw some spice being added by Lola there. That was some absolutely necessary, unnecessary hand motions. It's either necessary, unnecessary, or unnecessary, necessary, whichever you prefer. But nevertheless, if you're going to put the mojo in there, you've got to put it in with real commitment. We want to see heart in those hand gestures. You've got to get like Bruce Lee, like some kind of surfing ninja.
Don't actually. You can get on my internet though if you want.
Is that alright? Because I can't send any. I can't send anything at the moment on my Instagram. I'm having to run up to the top of the hill and then run back down. Do you want to get warm? Are we doing it? Okay then guys, so next heat is in the water. Not quite starting yet though. Getting attacked by a feather flag. Ooh, hello dog. I know what you want. Got a dog trying to rob me of a sandwich. He knows what the idea is. You can give me those eyes, buddy. We are going to have a chat with Beth Layfield in a minute. She looked a little bit chilly, so we've let her go and get changed first before she starts going hypothermic on us. Yellow, taking a look at this one. Lovely little fade, cross stepping up towards the nose. Getting caught out by the chop there.
Hi guys, just a reminder please, can you give the rash vests back to the beach marshal, not to another competitor, because we could lose track of them. Thank you.
Thank you, mate. Emily Curry on a beautiful little wave there.
Have you got enough sandwich in your mouth there, Charlie? I feel as though you're enhancing commentary through sandwich eating.
What can I say? You know, you're just trying to get the words out. I talk enough rubbish as it is, let alone with a sausage sandwich in my mouth.
And now here's a man who's no stranger to a sandwich. Ollie Wickham heading down the beach. Oh, look at this one, red. Nice style off the bottom, gets a little float, makes the float. Little check turn, and that'll do. That's all she wrote. All right, so there we go. Lola has got herself out in the lead at the moment, but we're waiting for a score to drop for Emily just there. And yes, I think that's probably just about right. Emily has just moved up into first place. Lola, you need 1. That's what you need. You need a 1, Lola. Hannah, you need a 3. 13 minutes remaining in this heat. Plenty of time. Plenty of surf coming in. Look at this. Red rolling into a lovely little right-hander. She's surfed a left-hander one way and now right-hander the other way. Racing through that section. Trying to find some scoring potential. That one was just running away a little bit too fast there. We are super stoked to be featuring the Tynemouth Longboard Classic today here at Long Sands. We've had a little bit of a break since the last installment of this. It was late 2024 when we were blessed with absolutely epic conditions for the entire weekend. And we've just come up a little bit short on the conditions this time in comparison. But it's still pretty good out there. There's plenty of waves. But we are probably just hedging our bets a little bit on the side of caution, and we're going to get this whole thing wrapped in a single day today, so there'll be no follow-up tomorrow morning. We're just going to knock it out the park in one go, because it looks like tomorrow's just going to be a bit too marginal to be sure that we could actually have some scoring conditions, although tomorrow might be one of those days where there is an epic wave every 40 minutes. That just doesn't quite work with the competition, though. And look at this, the sun's come out. And it might only be 7 degrees in the air, but suddenly it feels like we're in the Canary Islands. Look at the color of the sand. Look at the blue sky, and just be thankful that we're all here doing this thing. This is what we all got out of bed early for this morning, right? I think so. Louis got a massive muffin in his hand. What could possibly be better? Sadly, the arrival of the sun has coincided with probably the smallest selection of waves of the entire day so far. It's suddenly gone kind of flat, but here comes a little something. Red seeing this standing up quite quickly. Look at that long interval power just coming from nowhere to somewhere. Nice. Oh, turn it up, Red. Give me a cutback. Yes, you do. And an inside section. This is probably wave of the day here. And reach for the spice rack. And yeah, that is pretty much dry docked at the end of that one. And I'm pretty confident Emily has just got maybe the best wave of the day just there. That was a very nice little wave. Strangely enough, the little ones can sometimes be the best ones when you're on the longboard. Looking to answer back, here's White. Lola pops, little speed check turn, touches the nose, floats over some white water. Oh, and watch out, anywhere but the face. Come on, Lola, don't use your face to slow down your surfboard. This is not advised. It's not best practice. Here's Yellow, looking at a little pocket there, stood up, almost inviting an attempted head dip. Here's Red out back, finding another one. This is shaping up nicely and staying busy. This is a split peak. White's going left, Red's going right. Both on the nose, one sharp exit. Nice hand spice from Lola there. Lovely bit of control. That's a tricky one for the judges, who quickly have to preside over who scores the most out of that little exchange before Yellow tries to scratch into one. and does the judges a favour by not quite catching that wave. Nice little exchange there for the surfers. This is the kind of thing you want in the competition. Everybody getting a great chance to showcase their talent today in the water. And let's see how that played out with 8 minutes remaining. 8 minutes, girls. Still plenty of time. And here's a nice little set coming in, and the girls are maybe going to split this one, are they? I'm not sure. No, Red has got the inside track, is looking at a little left-hander. Hi there, little one. Oh, the wind just held her off it and has momentarily broken Emily's rhythm, but she's looking pretty solid, actually, and has eked out a nice lead, a comfortable lead. Lola needs to find a good one. You need a 6, Lola, with about 7 minutes remaining. Lola needs a 6, and Hannah, you need a 7. So first place, Emily, looking pretty at the moment with a 7 as a high scoring wave and a 3.5 as a low scoring wave. And Lola has a couple of 4.5s to her name at the moment. So definitely within grasp. A 6 is within Lola's capability. Lola Blakely from a proper surfing family. Spends a lot of time in the water down south. And as it's the middle of winter, nobody should have any excuses for dealing with the bit of wind that we're seeing right now. And look at this. There's a solid one is coming in here. Who is swinging? Lola looking for a 6. It's turned into a left. Is she going to go? Oh, it's gone underneath her. Unbelievable. Look at that little thing. In the end, it kind of didn't do that much, so don't beat yourself up too much. But a wave like that is what's going to be required to find a high-scoring 6. Just under 5 minutes remaining for the girls in the water. It's been a great little heat so far. Lots of surfing done by all 3 competitors. But we're looking to cement our 2 finalists to progress. So that means Hannah needs to do something, and she is thinking proactively. She's just moved herself away from the rest of the gang a little bit. She's trying to sniff out a scoring possibility. Oh, look at this one. Emily's up and right again and showing everybody how it's done. Lovely control on the nose there. Really nice check. And look at that. Again, kicking the board up for just a split second, and the wind nearly smashed her in the face with the board. You've got to stay sharp out there today. You can't just mess about. These boards have got so much surface area. It's almost like having a kite. A little bit of extra wind just blowing through the lineup now. We're pretty lucky here at Tynemouth actually for wind management. It's not too bad out there because thankfully we've got this big bank right behind us. And if it's westerly or it's west-northwest or even just about northwest, it's not too bad for what's happening on the water.
You will have Sandy Kirk. Come on over, Sandy. How's it going? How's it to be down at the event today, mate?
Yeah, it's lush, mate. Conditions are good, aren't they? Longboard good?
Yeah, there's challenging, but there's some nice waves coming through, yeah. And I tell you what, Sandy, can explain the differences between shortboarding and longboarding for the people that don't know.
Oh, shortboarding, the boards are short. Longboarding, the boards are long. I think longboards start at 9 foot, don't they?
Yeah, about 9 foot, yeah. How's the winter been in the northeast, Sandy? You had some good waves.
Winter's been good-ish. I know I had like a run of easterly swells where it was freezing cold and snowing, and then once they kind of eased up, weather got good, but the waves got bad, so it was all right. How's your winter in Nazaré been, Louis?
Not bad, mate. Not bad. Yeah, pretty. January, February was pretty windy, so that was mainly out of action. But the rest of it was all right. Well, good chatting, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day. Cheers for coming down. I'll hand you over to Minnow.
Who's interviewing who? I'll see you soon.
Yeah,
I'm
coming down.
No, I'm gonna walk up the road and come back down. I'm like, okay, think like this little
I'm back in a bit, but yeah. Cheers for popping down, guys. Congrats on the Patagonia thing. Yeah. That's epic. Yeah, really cool. Really cool.
Right, catch you later.
See you later, guys. I was handing a minute. Right, Keats. Haven't got a connection, I don't think.
Okay, while the commentator's having a short break, I'll do my best to help out. For those who just arrived on the beach today, it's the first event of the British Longboard Union Tour 2026. Up and riding now is Emily Curry from Bude in Cornwall, one of our leading lady competitors. So the British Longboard Union was formed and launched 30 years ago. The horn just... End of the heat, just that's the end of the ladies' semi-final number 2.
Masters next, yeah. Tom Gibson.
Okay, so up next is the men's masters. It's over 40s in red, Tom Gibson, in white, Stuart Cross, and in yellow, Ollie Wickham. So close contest coming up here shortly. The green disc will mean the start, one horn. 15 minutes later, the disc will change to red to tell them there's 5 minutes left. Conclusion of the heat will be 2 sounds of the horn. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. The horn's gone. Start of the heat. Up and riding is red. Tom Gibson, I think that was. Very strong wind today, catching the waves, riding them very difficult. The judges are sure to take that in hand. First and second through this will qualify for the final later today. All finals will be run today, and the presentation will be here approximately 4 o'clock, 4:30.
Is this foot and 8, Finn? Yeah. I just said that to you earlier, you little twat. I know.
right now. One of the oddities of surfing is that surf usually seems to get bigger when the tide is actually coming in, and for those who don't know, the way the tide works is it moves the most at mid-tide, and the curve of the tide coming in flattens off around high tide, and in fact 1/3 of the tide only sees a tiny amount of water actually pushing into the beach. I won't bore you with the details, but the tide's not moving that much right now because it's high tide, and that sometimes means the waves can switch off just a little bit. Very strange phenomenon. Not as weird as what happens in places like Indonesia, where they have double the amount of high and low tides per day than we do. And you have to be a mad scientist to be able to explain that to anybody who's used to normal standard tides like we have here. But we could probably expect for the rest of this heat, there might be one epic set comes in, and then the rest of the time it might just seem a little bit weird. And then the next set will go in, and it'll probably be about the same. The next heat, I should say. But in about half an hour or 40 minutes from now, when the tide is actually moving out again, it might suddenly spring back to life. And such is the weird, fluky nature of the effect of the tide on waves. So here we can expect to see experience play a big part in what's going to happen in this heat. Sam is looking pretty comfortable. Sam, you've now got a lovely 8.83. Well, you're winning by 7.33, and John needs an 8.83, so he has improved his situation slightly, scoring a 2.5 on his last wave.
I've got alpaca. Oh, really? What alpaca wool? No way. 100. Oh, yeah, nice.
Look at this left-hander peeling away just at the edge of the competitor's zone, and the next heat is getting themselves into the water. Well done, everybody, for being on time. We're trying to rush through the competition in a single day here. As anybody who can do, well, basically anybody who can read can see that we're going to struggle tomorrow. Nice wave red. Sam cementing his position at the lead of this heat. Now, I really enjoyed that one. There was maybe a bit of a straight-hander, but I'm going to go out on a limb there, and I'm going to say that that was my equal favourite wave of the day, up with Emily Curry's from the girls' heat just before. Emily got a lovely, lovely right-hander, and Sam has probably just about matched that there. Very nice hang 5. Nice line, good speed, and managed to pretty much ride it to dry dock on the beach. So, you know, that is what the judges are looking for. It makes it easy for the judges, in actual fact, stuff like that. And yeah, they kind of agree, which is always a relief for me. And it was nice surfing. It was beautiful. Maybe a little bit straight. He completely forgot to put his hand in the spice jar, and he just rode it. He just rode that wave like he was having a good time. And trust me, ladies and gentlemen, he was having a good time. And trust me, ladies and gentlemen, that is what he's having here as he turns and looks at an absolute banger. Can he get past that section? Get over it, Sam. He tried to send it, but today, that move to get over a little crumbling section of white water in front of you to do some sort of a floater or a foam climb, on a longboard, that's extremely challenging today because it's so windy. On the right-handers in particular, now that the wind has shifted very slightly to the north, the wind just goes straight under your board and you're instantly robbed of all of your speed, and it becomes almost impossible to stay on the wave. Let's be honest, if Sam can't do it, that's because it's really, really difficult. That was a 9 out of 10 cartwheel for you, young lady. Yep, that's a lovely one as well. Very nice. 8 out of 10 for the second one. And in a nutshell, you see what's challenging about today's surfing conditions on a wave like that last one for Sam Blakely there, because if there was no wind, he would have had time to drop all the way to the bottom of that wave and set up a much more powerful bottom turn to be able to throw himself over that little bit of white water that was in front of him, and he probably would have made it down the line. Look at this wave, ladies and gentlemen. Remember how I said there would be a big lull because it's high tide, but then something would probably happen? Here's the something, but it's the end of the heat, right at the point at which La Bomba arrived.
Souvenir one-off, they're limited edition, £15 cash.
Hey, if you're just down here at the beach thinking, I'm living the dream today, I wish there was a way that I could remember this experience. Well, you got questions, I got answers. The British Longboard Union have got a special limited edition t-shirt. It is for sale. If you're thinking, yeah, you know what, surfing's cool. I want to be cool too. You can be cool for only £15. Come over to any of the tents and ask for a t-shirt and we'll hook you up. Yes, we will. I'm not sure how many sizes we've got, but I presume all standard sizes. We've got any kids ones? Anybody going to tell me anything? Anybody know what's going on? Nah, nobody knows what's going on. But we've got some t-shirts, gang. Come and get one. We go fully up to double XL. Ollie, we've got you covered. Well, that was a really good heat. I'm pretty sure Sam's going to come in from that one absolutely buzzing. He got some really nice waves. It's a pretty long way to come up to the northeast from Dancev, but when you get a couple of heats with a few nice little nuggets in them, and your kids are on the beach with you, and your son is saying very nice things about how actually it's just nice to compete with dad and not all about beating him, which I think my son will, I'll be lucky if my son says that about me in the future. Then I think you're officially living the dream. Sam Blakely, raise your hand if you're living the dream. Are you living the dream? He can't hear me. No, he's got his earplugs in. Never mind. See, this man heard my cry before. He said, hey, I do want to live the dream. I do want a t-shirt. And he's getting himself in there for the gold. Blue up and riding. Nice little wave. Toes on the nose. Out the back, Red is in position for what looks like another nice looking. Is it a right? Yes, it is. Make that section. Oh my. Well, as it happens, that one ran away, so not the end of the world. Challenging conditions, though.
Works for me. First comp, I'm in the army. Don't know this stuff. That's our first longboard in a year and a half. First day of leave.
Oh, here's Blue up and riding another little inside there. And all the surfers staying pretty busy out there in the water. We're going to do a little beachside interview here. Jack, just stand on this mat right here. Are we good for a beachside interview in the tower? Yeah, he's giving me a wave. Spin yourself around because we've actually got the broadcast going out there. Jack, tell me, first competition I understand ever. How was it out there?
It's pretty windy, and I enjoyed myself. Quite hard to tell when the sets are coming, but I caught a few waves. It's sunny, there's a bit of swell running, loving it.
So I understand that you're on leave. What is it you do?
I'm a light cavalry major in Sea Squadron, the Light Dragoons. We find basically.
Awesome. So yeah, this must seem like absolute paradise to get a step away from the army for a day, paddle out in the sea. Feel good?
Absolutely loving it, buzzing.
And it looks as though you've made it to the final as well. You've got your eyes on the prize?
So stoked, definitely eyes on the prize.
All right, well, you know he's got the mentality. He's got the mentality. The military boys know what's up. Enjoy yourselves here at Tynemouth. Thanks very much for coming down, and good luck in the final.
Thanks, dude.
What a legend. Thank you so much. I love those mitts. I could have done with those this morning. A little bit warmer than mine. Well, we're making our way through the competition pretty nicely now. Out there right now, this is the men's open semi-final, and Josh Austin has got himself into the lead. Sam had to make a quick jersey change to be back in the water for this one, so competing in two divisions, both the Open and the Masters. Really just as an excuse to stay out there a little bit longer in these excellent conditions. And Charlie had an absolute blinder this morning. He's staying busy, working that board. Even those twinkle toes weren't fast enough that time. Back to the drawing board this time, but he's looking pretty sharp. I could see that Charlie has definitely been surfing a lot over this winter. A man who's fully in tune with his equipment, getting the best out of the conditions and staying busy in the water. And that's what you've got to do. With these big lulls that we have, with this groundswell that's pushing through today, it can be pumping for 2 or 3 minutes, and then it can kind of switch off. And look at this, Charlie turning on the very inside and having a look at a microscopic little one, and he's just taking, oh my word, a moment to put together an excellent microwave. I don't know if it was the best wave of the competition, but that was the best 6-inch wave of the competition by quite some distance. I believe I may have even seen a hang 10 there from the lightweight style master that is Charlie Unsworth. And he's just going to keep Sam Blakely honest in this heat. Yes, he is. This is the kind of competition that you want to have in these comps. That was what you would call textbook competition surfing. Charlie caught a wave that was a little bit like, just one of those ones where I didn't really do that much, but he didn't switch off. He stayed sharp, and he saw a little wedge, a little A-frame, came through to the inside section, turned, burned, and he just somehow or another put it all together there, and I'm pretty sure the judges are going to like that. 13 minutes remaining, surfers. And blue narrowly avoiding getting smoked, as is yellow. And look, yet again, nice set rolling through. Red could be in position here. Charlie has got busy. He's paddled all of 100 meters up the beach, and he has found himself a little left-hander. Quick tap off the nose. He's hanging on through to the inside, and I unfortunately couldn't go cross-eyed enough to stay on top of what Sam was up to on the edge of that wave at the same time. just is living the dream out there. I can see the froth coming out of him in surfing. When we arrived on site this morning, it was absolutely Baltic, and we were all wondering whether we were making sensible questions in our life. But now the sun is out, the tide is in, the waves are good, and this is basically what we all came down for. How's the buzz, Charlie? Pretty good buzz. Okay, scores update coming in just a moment. This is a pretty closely fought heat so far. Okay, so scores on the doors with 6 minutes remaining. 6 minutes remaining. Charlie, you are in first place. And Sam, you need an 8.4, Sam. 8.4. So realistically, Sam, you're probably looking for 2 decent waves if you can. Time to get busy with just under 6 minutes remaining. Here's Blue, up and riding. Contemplated a backdoor and then fades away on the right. Manages to stomp 1 foot on the nose and then gets blown off the back. Amigos to the north. Surfers who are not in the competition, you're just getting a little bit too close, please. Please just move a bit further to the north if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. Come on, just 20 paddles north, please, you 3 surfers who are out there. Tom Cross, you need 3.93 to move up, and Josh, you need 3.58. So this heat, it's all to play for, and Charlie has just got himself busy whilst I was distracted telling people what to do. Not quite sure what happened there, but snuck in a little left-hander.
Doing a grand job.
Nice to see you. If you want a way to remember this beautiful sunny day at the beach in Tynemouth, you can get yourself a competition t-shirt. The BLU t-shirts are for sale over here. We've got sizes from small through to double XL. Super cool t-shirt. 15 quid. Come on over if you fancy a little keepsake, memento. And meanwhile in the water, Charlie Unsworth sitting pretty, top of the pack. 12.33, some more great competition surfing from everybody here. And Sam has somehow or another managed to find his way back into second place. And here he is up and riding with a nice wave, splitting the peak. And he's finally, somebody has made a floater. Sam Blakely has made a floater. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Seconds ago I said nobody had made a floater all day, and now Sam has made a floater. Well done, Sam. I'm pretty stoked to see that actually happen. Some people frown upon the floater, but it's a very important part of surfing. You have to use a floater to get over sections occasionally when the wave is not cooperating in front of you. Now, Sam needed a 7.5 there. That is the heat over. That is extremely unlucky for Josh if that turned out to be a great wave, but it did not turn out to be a great wave, so that's the end of semi-final heat 1. I'm not sure if I've seen final score for Sam just there. But he needed a 7.5 to get above Charlie in the standing there. And I think that was a good wave, but maybe not quite that good, although the judges may prove me wrong. A great heat there. Really, really nice competitive surfing at its finest, we would almost go so far as to say. Quick tete-a-tete with the kids, and Sam continues to live the dream today. He's got the family in tow. Things are going according to plan in the water. This is just exactly why he drove all the way up here. Sam's saying to me right now, the Cornish boys are too soft for these conditions. He's only kidding, really, but he did underspec the boots this morning. 3mm boots are not warm enough for these conditions. And this really is, it's a good example of the difference in conditions between, on the East Coast in the winter, we're facing between 6 and 10 degrees, depending on what day it is. But today it's 7 degrees. Worst case scenario, I remember a few years back, we got down as low as 4 degrees. I'm sure on the iceiest mornings, the actual very top of the water might be 3 degrees. But look at this beautiful wave for Red. Red having the time of their life here, cutting back, checking into the pocket one more time. And yes, we've seen that surfing here before. Very nice, very composed, smooth, elegant surfing. But yeah, Sam went out in 3mm boots this morning, and 3mm boots are not going to cut the mustard up here. Charlie, a great heat there. Stoked still alive in the water?
Always stoked. What's the point if you're not?
It looked like there was a couple of really nice ones there. It's still pretty, it's good for competition, this, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, these just really test for surfers, really. I mean, you really get to see either, you know, people, the underdogs coming through, you know, those weekend warriors, winter warriors that have been surfing these types of conditions all winter. You really get to see them shine through in conditions like this. When it's super clean, unfortunately, you know, you don't get that chance, but it's great to see all the guys come through, and it's good to see some new faces as well. Some guys we typically wouldn't see in the comp circuit. So same again, guys, always follow us around. If you want lifts, just put a message out, and you know what the surf community's like, we'll get you there.
That's it. It really is sort of a super inclusive approach to the competition within the British Longboard Union. That's what Charlie's talking about right here. You know, if you're struggling to get to an event or whatever, just put a shout out and somebody will make it happen for you. Talking about making it happen, that's another win. Are you through to the final? Do you reckon you can go the whole way today, Charlie?
So the last comp, I missed out in the semi-finals, so I'm super stoked to make the finals this year. This is one of my favourite events on the tour. I grew up surfing around Caton and Scarborough, so it's great to kind of get in the northeast water and, you know, bring home some, even if it's 4th place, 3rd or 2nd, 1st, even better. It'd be great to come home first with a win on the first comp, but as I say, I'm always stoked. Don't care what it's like as long as I'm out there.
So as a man who's grown up on the East Coast, you weren't messing about with a wetsuit spec today. I presume you're in a 6 mil?
I am in a 5'4" with a 1 mil rash vest, hooded rash vest underneath. They're typically the most versatile on this bit of coastline. But yeah, I've gone for 7 mil boots, but they're thinned out a little bit.
40 minutes, it just starts asking questions of your equipment a little. 40 minutes, it just starts asking questions of your equipment a little bit. And you really need to have the right stuff on, otherwise you turn into a gibbering, shivering wreck. And I think that's roughly where Sam was in the last heat. Which is why I spared him a beachside interview at the end of that one, so he wasn't seen across the world by everybody who's watching our stream, shivering profusely. But, you know, it's all part of the fun, and that's what we came for. Very unsurprised to see Evan Rogers has found his surfing chops in this heat. He's a man who's no stranger to competitive surfing, but in the last heat he was somehow or another slightly out of sorts, but now look at him go. Composed, no dramas, and he is also going to complete a floater. That's 2 floaters I've seen successfully pulled off today. So it shows you that every now and again there might be a little lull in the wind that just means you can get the board far enough out in front of the wave to then do your bottom turn, redirect towards the lip, and actually manage to hit the lip at the right time to allow you to continue going down the line. And that's what's hard, finding the time out there in these fast, medium, small waves. I mean, yeah, these are quite small waves, but for longboarding, this is pretty good. All right, so in the water right now, wearing red, Evan Rogers, wearing blue, Rowan Kirbishley. Wearing yellow, Reggie Roynan, and in the white, local legend Louis Thomas Hudson. So a quick look at the schedule over the next little while. Let me just keep everybody in the loop if you've got a heat coming up. We've got in the water right now the men's open semi-final. This is heat 2. After this, in the water at 12:36, we'll have the under 16 cadets, and we go straight to a final for that heat. So this is the grommets. The grommets are going in next, and they've got one heat. It is the finals. So whoever comes out of this next heat after this one will be a winner today. So as they come up the beach, I expect nothing less than Tynemouth's finest golf clap, at least. You could, you know, maybe a little bit more than a golf clap if you can dig a little bit deeper. And after the cadets have been, we're going to move into the Grandmasters. That will be at just before 1 o'clock, 12:57. We're wanting them in the water, and that will also be straight into a final. I guess Grandmasters is over 50, but again, I need clarification on that. Is Grandmasters over 50? Anybody? Anybody? Maybe, probably. And then at 20 past 1, well, 18 minutes past 1, sorry, I'll actually just keep this correct. 18 minutes past 1, it's the under 18s. 1:39, we'll have the men's open. 2 p.m., we'll have the women's open final. The men's open final will be before that, sorry. And then at 2:21, we will have the men's masters final. So it's all finals pretty much from now on. Well, after this semi-final. So quick update again. We've got 12 minutes remaining. In the water, and separating himself from the rest of the pack in more ways than one, parked in the middle of the rip, is Mr. Evan Rogers. Rowan, 7.9. Reggie, you need 3 to move up. Reggie needs a 3. And Louis, you need to find all of 2.7, Louis, to move up from 4th place. But he has, in fact, done that whilst I've been talking. Oh, no, it's all changed again. He needs Louis, you need a 3, and Reggie needs a 7. Now, look at that. Evan has turned, and he is sniffing out a grower. This is one of those kind of like stealth waves that looks like nothing, but can turn into something on the inside. And sure enough, oh, he was almost thinking about barrel. And that one was a long wave, but a bit of a straight hander in the end. Didn't quite offer much scoring potential. Oh, a beautiful cross step in the middle of the back of the BLU t-shirt here. Tynemouth Longboard Classic t-shirt is looking pretty classic. Oh, t-shirt's got Emily Grimes on it. Grimesatron and an infamous slug paddle technique. Nice check turn from yellow as they redirect onto this left. Couple of speed wobbles, just trying to push past that section of white water. And a little cutback finish. Ooh. What will the judges make of that? Louis is currently in 4th place and needs a 3.1 to move up. Rowan is in 3rd place and needs 2. Reggie might have slightly improved one of his scores just there. Scores waiting to drop. Still in 1st place, Saltburn Surf Shop's own Evan Rogers. Evan looking to go one better than last time he was competing here at Tynemouth, where he came 2nd. A buzzer beater, a hard one. Anybody who was watching, it was kind of a 50-50 final. In the end, it just came down to one wave right at the end of the heat. For a lot of people, they thought that maybe Evan had just managed to get his nose over the line. Here's Louis having a look at this little insider. Is this one of those ones that's just going to open up a bit? Sets his line. Not quite. There was definitely a bit of rebound in that one. That one had a little reflection wave that kind of comes off the South Headland near to the pool, traveling back up the coast, forcing a tiny little A-frame. And sometimes that little A-frame can just make it the difference between a wave that's a closeout and something that lets you get something done. There's Blue working one all the way through to the sand there. Steps off dry docked on the beach. The only thing missing there was his 2 or 3 year old infant waiting in the water shallow water, picking it up, giving it a kiss and going back and flying up. Anyway, Rowan doesn't have kids. It's just me daydreaming. Anywho, Evan Rogers still leading this heat with 6 minutes to go over Reggie. Reggie in second place. You need a 7.2, Reggie. 7.2, Reggie. Yeah, come on, mate. Get a wriggle on. Find yourself a 7. Rowan is in third place. He needs a 4.97. And hopefully saving his best for last. Louis, you need to find a 5.7, Louis, to move up. But realistically, Louis, you need to find 2 decent waves. That's what you need to do. Find 2 good ones, Louis. Blue up and riding, stuck in the foam ball. Can't get past it. Here's Ev. I mean, if anybody hadn't noticed, Ev is winning the heat, and he has taken exclusively right-handers from the south end of the beach. Lovely little cut back there. Evan showing all of his class on that one. Almost giving us a little bit of his drop knee special on the closeout section at the end there. Lovely little tap from Reggie too. Really nice surfing from both competitors, but Evan certainly is getting slightly the better of that particular exchange with a longer, slightly more dynamic, slightly more stylish display of all of his surfing tricks. He's got a bit of a bag. He's got a bit of a bag of tricks, says Evan. And he shreds in these little waves just as hard as he shreds when it gets massive. And here we go, Blue up and riding, checks on the backhand, 1 cross step, and then just classic example of the wind getting the better. It's even harder on the backhand to get a sense of how hard to do that first turn, because you feel like you're in a rush. You feel like you've got to get moving, and then the next thing is you've over-rushed it and you're off the back. On the inside, yellow. Trying to get a sneaky score under the radar. The banana board is working a little bit of magic, but maybe not quite enough wave there. Almost demonstrating there that if you just ride it till you're completely dry docked, you could just stand on the nose of the board for the next 5 minutes, and surely that would be good. That's nose riding. It still hasn't got off that wave. Is it? I don't know if that counts or not. No, I think that's called cheating, actually. Two minutes remaining. Time to get busy, particularly if your name's Louis. That was actually a really tasty little cutback, almost a snap on a longboard just there. Out the back, Blue, keeping the judges honest here, checks up to the top of the wave. Another little line adjustment, trims, looks for the nose, finds the nose, floats the section, trying to make it round for one last little bit. Oh, look, it's doubled up on the inside. He got another chance just for a split second, floats over that, and that is complete to the beach. That's an interesting moment for Blue just there. That might make things just a bit more interesting for the end of this heat. He needed a 6.1. Was that a 6.1? I'm going to say it was maybe. Maybe. We've only got 18 seconds. And that is just about all she wrote, I think. Is the tower going to honk the honker? Ooh, that was just outside the buzzer for Louis, who regrettably... Oh, he was on for the second buzzer, so that would count. I've had an official word on that, but I don't think that's going to give Louis the score he needs to move through to the finals. So, looks like Evan and probably Rowan Kirbishley have got the best of the pack in that one, and that means that we have ourselves a men's open final. We're having a little knee boarding competition here for the surfers coming in from that heat. And out the back. I'm not sure. We're not started yet, but we're about to. This is the under 16s cadets final. We are underway, hombres. Blue is up and riding straight to the nose. Nice control. Deals with the sudden steepness of that inside reform. And look at this white. Oh, that would have been tube time to slam time, because after all, it did close out. But it looked fun for a split second. I'm seeing plenty of fist bumps from the crew as they're coming out the water there. Nice team photo as well there of all of our surfers from the last semi-final. Red. Oh. Red was ripping for a second, and we all know who that was. Well, Rowan managed to just get the better of Evan in the last heat, actually. That's a little turn up for the books there. First place was Rowan Kirbishley, and second was Evan Rogers. He scored a 7 with his last wave. It was a very nice wave. Just snuck in there late doors, and nice work, Rowan. Well done. Just reminding everybody that he's not here just to make up the numbers. He's here to give it a damn good swing. Opportunities come along from the start to the close of every heat, and you never know which wave is going to be the one that really gives you a chance. And in the under-16s, a quick start for young Rubes Bleakley. Ruben has got himself out with a 2.83 into the lead. In second, currently Rudy Johnson Forrest wearing the blue. In third, Joshua Mason wearing white. And yet to ride a wave, Will Hurst in yellow. This is the under-16s cadets final in the water right now. Oh, look at this. Up and riding. Blue. Looks both ways. Decides not today, sunshine. .16 minutes remaining in our under-16 cadets final. Couple of little indicators from Evan Rogers that he's remembered how to surf today, just in time for the final, dispelling any doubt I previously had in him, which was very little, I hasten to add. White up and riding, checks towards the white water, flirting with it. The Groms here have found themselves a little peak a bit further south than where everybody else was surfing, and at the minute, I'm not sure that that's the best spot, but we've all seen Evan getting loads of right-handers from roughly where they are, although they are about 30 meters further to the south than Evan was. Maybe that's why those right-handers aren't coming to them. Maybe. All part of the fun of surfing, though. You see, you can't just go out there and instantly catch a great wave. You've got to find them. You've got to sniff them out like a hound dog. Ain't that right, Nate? You got to get that snout up in the air. You got to. Where's those waves at? Ruff! Something comedic about my dog sketch coinciding with this record that's somehow or another a little bit silly too. This record is actually kind of how it feels when you're surfing. It's a la 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 la, doobie doobie doo. And it's like, yep, no waves. It's flat. Serene and cold. That's the experience. Competitors, FYI, you are drifting south. FYI. I'm not supposed to give you inside information, but I am. Fashionistas, I have an update on our merch. Not only have we got some epic t-shirts featuring Emily Grimes, a legend, a Chica surf instructor of the East Coast. We also have beanies for the Tynemouth Longboard Classic this year. We've got beanies. You could get a beanie t-shirt combo. Something to take away. Remember this beautiful day. Look, it's absolutely chucking it down where that tanker is moored out at sea. On anchor right now, they're thinking, why is it sunny on the beach when it's raining over here? Let's hope that that stays away from us, but with this northwesterly wind, there is 0% chance of that cloud coming over here. Yellow, yes, turn it up. Navigates around that section. By far the longest wave. Oh! Went for the reverse exit strategy. Now that's going to be interesting for the judges. That was definitely the longest wave of the under-16s final. But how are they going to score it? There was some lovely poise displays by Will Hurst there. Nicely balanced in the middle of the board. So yeah, we have the T-shirts, sizes small through XL, double XL in actual fact, for the really big lads and lasses. And a beanie. If you want to get yourself some merch, come on over to our tent here, and we will hook you up. Why am I sitting in the shade? Okay, let's have a little update on the scores. We've got 10 minutes remaining. 10 minutes remaining. And look at that. The judges loved Will's long wave, and he has gone into first place. Will, you are leading. And that is a great example of how you just have to... You've got to get in the mixer and catch a few waves. And sometimes the magic wand just might come to you when you least expect it. Red's looking at this little double up on the inside. Didn't quite cooperate. Oh, White. White is in position for what could be a great wave if they could scratch into this one. That is unfortunate, but then maybe it's going to come to no. It's going to come to nobody. Okay, the lead was short-lived. Ruben Blakely has snuck back into the lead, winning by a massive 0.1. 0.1 point lead. We've had a little switch. Well, you know, no update in actual fact, but yes, at the top of the leaderboard is Ruben Blakely. Second place, Will Hurst. Needs a 2.43. Will, you only need a 2.43. And another little FYI. Team, you are drifting south again, just FYI. Third place, Rudy Johnson Forrest. You need a 3.26. Fourth place, Joshua Mason. Josh, show me a 4.29, Josh. Red up and riding. Nice cross step. Speaking to Rube's dad, Sam Blakely, earlier on, he said that it's quite possible that his son would smoke him in a competition today. One of the most satisfying and distressing moments for a father is where their under 16 child is officially better than them at surfing after you've spent your entire life dedicated to the sport. But that's all part of the fun. Bring the next generation into the game and show them how to do it better. Yeah. I'm sure that Stephen Hudson would be very happy to see what's going on that front for his kid Louis now. For the 30th year anniversary, Tynemouth Surf Co. had a beautiful T-shirt made that featured none other than Stephen Hudson on one of the biggest days here at Tynemouth in the last forever. But even Stephen would admit many of the waves that Louis is now riding regularly down in Portugal at Nazaré are significantly bigger than that special day on the East Coast. And fair enough, we haven't quite got the same sea here in the North Sea, but it can get pretty spicy out here. But that legacy is safe in the hands of Louis Thomas Hudson, just like it's safe in the hands of Evan Rogers, and just like it's safe in the hands of all other father and son and offspring teams that we've got in the competition today, not least of all this lad. Oh no, he just got that wave to sneak underneath him, but that is Ruben Blakely, who's here with his sister and father in tow for a little performance enhancing family stoke upgrade.
Blew up a riding. Go at fading right, but not quite making the step. 6 minutes left. 6 minutes left, surfers. So those of you stood on the beach, welcome down to the Tynemouth Surf Co. Longboard Classic held by the BLU. The BLU is the British Longboard Union. Some of Britain's finest longboarders. The under 16 cadets final are currently in the water. Just over 5 minutes left remaining. Just over 5 minutes. Here goes White. The wind just pushing him off there. Maybe one more paddle. Less than 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes. Walking down the beach now is the Grand Masters final. And I was like, look, coming down to our final few minutes of the final few seconds.
Just starting to suffer a bit in the throat now.
Yeah. It gets to a point, absolutely. I don't know. Are you happy to hold it down? Yeah, please do, mate. Yeah. 1 minute 50 remaining. Under 16 cadets final. 1 minute 45. Sitting. Exactly. Yeah, I kind of wish. So my girlfriend Rosie, she's got really into the influencing fitness thing on the Instagram. She's bloody good at it. Yeah. And she would have been class. She's class on the mic. Yeah. She's one of those people that you've almost got to Rosie just stop talking now. Like we've got to listen to the music for a little bit.
Well, yeah, just tell her to come along next time.
She was meant to be here next.
She had somebody who was just rolling it out
as well, yeah.
But it would improve the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. Because then you could almost sit there with the camera facing you, almost like a WSL style thing, you know?
Yeah, but the reality is that it's not.
Here goes Blue, final few seconds. 3, 2, 1. That was the under 16s cadets final. Give them a cheer as they come out the water. Woo! We are going to keep the results quiet for now. It was close.
I do today because relaying information to the surfers is the beach announcer's job, but I am trying to do Chris Coates' job.
Yeah.
I'm trying to talk story and
do
talk
that
about
as
surf
well.
culture, do interviews.
It's not easy.
Feature characters for the live broadcast. and then all that stuff.
Full on. Okay. The countdown towards the Grandmasters final. Surfs in the water, are we ready? Let's go! The heat is on. Grandmasters final. That's me. I just blow speakers, though, playing too much bass. I don't know. I don't know yet. I don't know, because I've managed to dry my suit. Yeah, hanging off the side, mate. They've dried. Yeah. Grandmasters are up, red and blue, both taking a wave, splitting the peak. If you don't know what the peak is, it is typically the highest part of the wave. That is where you want to be taken off. You then want to surf along the shoulder. This is how we start getting our points. Random fact. Oh no. No, to be honest, I thought you might need that. Really? You sure? White and yellow going for waves. White fading right. Timing? Yeah. I'm not timing it. You are, yeah.
You know, they were doing a countdown. Now, I didn't know whether you got it on the watch.
Oh no, we just watched it off live heats. Yeah, we're just seeing off live heats. No, we're just seeing if we're timing it. So I'm just going off live heats. There you go.
Sorry, man.
No, you just want to check.
Well done, cadets. Absolutely incredible surfing there from our youth. It's really great to see some of our under-16s coming up through the ranks, turning up to every event. It's great to see them. There's some wicked surfing. Well done, guys. Okay, so we're going to have a little interview here. One of the Bleakleys. It's a big name in the surfboard, in the longboarding scene. You've probably heard it before. How was that heat?
It was great. I had so much fun, and conditions were a bit washy, but I had a fun time.
Well, it's great to see you surfing out there, especially with following in the footsteps of people like your dad and your sister. How is that, do you reckon? Do you reckon you'll beat them?
Maybe one day. I'm not sure, but I just keep on surfing.
That's the key. As long as you're stoked, as long as you're happy, that's why we're here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been really fun lately, doing lots of surf comps and surfing around everywhere, so cheers.
Brilliant. What do you reckon to this competition, then? Because it's not very often we have a competition in the North East, is it? Typically they're down in Cornwall or Devon.
Yeah, I mean, we had to drive so long up here, and at least we're having a great time at this comp, so yeah.
Well, there's waves, there's sun. What more can you ask for? How long was the drive?
About 10 hours, maybe?
10 hours? Did you take a stop, or did you do it in one?
Maybe like 1 or 2 stops, but...
Went all out then? All the way?
Yeah, we did, yeah.
Did you get McDonald's on the way?
No.
No, not allowed at McDonald's. Well done, mate. It was great to see you ripping out there, along with the other under-16s as well. Is it nice surfing with people your own age?
Yeah, definitely, because I've had to compete in comps with much older people, and it's just quite... But this is great, because I see lots of people like me who are trying to surf and stuff. So.
Brilliant, mate. Well, remember, guys, tell your friends, whether under-16s or over, we'll always make sure you're getting in the water, whether you've surfed before or you've never competed. We will make sure you have the best time.
Yeah, cheers, man. Have a good one.
Cheers, mate. Rip him. He has a sick one.
He's good in front of the camera. I've never used not the one being in the water, so I was really
Bless. Honestly, he was ripping. Right, how long have I got? Okay, I haven't got ages. Mate, he's sick in front of the camera.
Good talker. He's such
so
a good
good. He knows what he's doing. He's just like his dad and sister, right? Great, see the under-16s following in the footsteps. Well done, guys. You should all come out of this absolutely frothing. Sun, waves, what more can you ask for? Grandmasters final still on. A little bit of a lull here. Is that a little bit of a set we can see coming? It's hard to tell with this wind chop. But there's waves. Go for it. There's a couple little ripples coming here through. If you fancy a BLU Tynemouth Classic t-shirt, head up to the gazebos. They are on sale. Limited edition. Only 75 printed. There will not be any more like this. Yellow up and riding. Super stylish. Looking good. Can we get a bit of love for our lifeguards stood down on the shore? It's great to see the tradition of damming up the stream is still happening. Great to see. Hello, how are you? Good. Red paddling in. Will he get pushed off by the wind? Oh, just. How are you? Good to see you.
Harry, Charlie, Harry. You guys met?
Hello, mate. Nice to meet you, mate.
He's one that I was living with for 3 years.
So we're doing a final before yours?
Yeah, one more.
Under 18s and then you, then the girls, then the...
Just chatting to our photographer here. He's just asking when the next finals are. So what kind of positioning are you looking for? So obviously shooting from the water is very different from the land. So what kind of positioning are you looking for when shooting from the water?
Me, I'm trying to look down the line, so that surfer coming towards me, and hopefully a bit of those cliffs in the background on the right, and something behind on the left as well. Give it a bit of atmosphere.
Trying to find a bit of atmosphere in the sea. Never really heard people talk about atmosphere in the sea.
Bit of art.
A little bit of art. Oh, very arty. Well, that's what you can tell from our photographer there. Top pro, one of our pro photographers. Here we go. Blue paddling, white paddling, yellow paddling, red paddling. Red is up. Lovely little float through there, just getting blown off the back.
Am I allowed to say from you, I want another one of those little nose right barrels?
I'll try and get another little one.
From Ev, I want one of those big drop knees.
One of those.
Yeah.
I'll try. We'll try our best. We'll try our best.
Some big turns and some big nose rides.
Oh.
That's actually what I really want.
That's what I'm hoping to get. We can only hope. How have you been, mate? Been good? Yeah, good.
It's been a long winter.
Hasn't it just, mate? White paddling. It's been like poxy, hasn't it? Red up again.
Set it back and they've given me a different one.
Mate, you've had a nightmare there?
Yeah, it's just been like stressful.
Like because we've had some good shots down there.
Yeah, I've been a couple.
Bounced off the bottom at Boston, and he was like, yeah, it's fine. He came back up, and a bit like literally one droplet of water had gotten in.
Yeah.
And he went to shoot. He hadn't noticed. Went to shoot, and mate, we connected perfect. Like I actually headbutted the camera.
Yeah.
And the water droplet was perfectly over the entire mate.
Always happens.
I was like, you've got
always happens.
You've got to be kidding.
Yeah, I went out with Rob Hope, Jack Day, and Frosto.
Yeah.
And it was literally like it started off and it was a bit hazy, so it was a bit of a funny light. And all of a sudden, like something doesn't seem right. And I was looking at the port and I went, missed it up too bad. And I looked, I could just see like
Yellow paddling.
just see water droplets come down. So it's obviously just
White finding a little left here possibly.
hazing up inside the hose. And
It's so annoying as well because you do everything in your power to stop it, and then.
This will be the first time I've used this particular setup for render. So if you use a lens in the water with a different camera, and just not this combo.
Next in. Yeah, I haven't got live pizza. Anyone got live pizza? Lola, have you got live pizza? Is it under 18s next in? I'm going to have to start getting ready in a minute. And then if you need anything, guys. Oh, Dawn's in there, legend. Awesome.
Are you good?
I'm very good. How are you? You okay?
Yeah.
Good. You having a good beach day? Yeah. Good. Red, back up and riding again. 5 minutes left. Less than 5 minutes, Grandmasters. Under 18s, you can start paddling out. Please just make sure you stay out the way of our Grandmasters. Coming down to this water's edge. Let's get supporting. This is a surf competition. Yeah, so these guys here, they try and surf as many waves as best as they can to get as many points as possible. And here we go. So if you watch these guys, like Red, there we go, up they go. Can we get a Mexican wave going in Crusoe's? Do you reckon we can get that going? Should we start at this end? Start my end. Can we get it going? Right, arms in the air. Here we go. And away! Oh, come on. We can do better than that. Come on. Start again. Here we go. Ready? Away! There, that was better. Oh, we even went down the front. We went round the corner. There we go, guys. That was good. We'll take that one. We'll try again in a little bit. Yeah, and in my morning bottle. I'm going to start suiting up for this. Grandmasters final. Coming down to the final few minutes. Oh, it's one. I've got loads of videos, so later on I'll go through and start editing them up and put a few interviews out. It's great fun. Great fun.
That's why we got Norman bring Ashton on and lower the age gap. They're all 69, Graham 68, Nigel 68, Norm's I think 60 this year, isn't he? Yeah, he was 60 this year, yeah. Oh, now Andre's 74.
Brilliant.
We do need some young jumpers though.
That's the thing. So I know a few. So Daisy Lambert. So she's a British judge, and she's done a few things at like the nationals and stuff.
We need them coming in. I know Norm's a hard on who he has up there, but I'm working on him. It's like we've got Steve Davies, he's the only young one we've got really. Joanne, they won't travel.
Yeah. That's the thing. Daisy's at uni, but she's super stoked. She's keen to travel. You know, so I'll give her a message later. She's a really good mate of mine, Rosie's. Really good.
There's something about cheesy chips, isn't there? Got me hooked.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Break it two or three rolls. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I agree.
We need another, like we need you to write up what the news is.
I'll just say it.
And then we'll see the
If you're interested in helping out with the BLU, come and see us. Yeah, come and see one of the team. We'll point you directly. Coming down to the final seconds of the Grandmasters. If you're interested in helping out the British Longboard Union in organising events and sorting out the tour for the year, come and see us. Ask about questions. There may be a role that suits you. Admin. That might be right up your street. I need to Heat is over. Grandmasters final is finished. Under 18 boys is in. Right then. Right, I need to go get changed. I'm in next.
Okay.
I think he nipped to the loo. He has, he has. Under 18's boys final is up and running. White up straight away. Two lovely taps to 5. Somehow he made that airdrop back in. Making surfing look way too easy. McGregor. No, that's the same one. Can I give that to you for a bit, minute?
Yeah.
Obviously, you
Are
turn
you
it
in
off.
the water, are you?
I'm going in. I'm next heat.
Under 18 boys final. Okay, so out in the water now, we have the under 18 boys final. In the lead at the moment in white, Rowan Corbishley from Sennan and Cornwall. In red, Reggie Roynan, also from Sennan and Penzance in Cornwall. And yet again in yellow, Reuben Bleatley making a hat-trick of Cornish boys out there in the final. With in blue, Rudy Johnston Forest. So it's all set for an interesting final, under 18 boys. And up and riding again on his second wave. Oh, that's a twister. I don't know if they like that. Okay, let me see. Okay, so the men's final is up next. In red, Charlie Unsworth. In white, Rowan Curbishley. In yellow, Sam Bleatley. And in blue, Evan Rogers. So you surfers should think about getting changed and checking in with the beach marshal. Thank you. big. But I'm now thinking maybe. Oh, you're back. That's all good.
The sun is shining. It is a beautiful day now here at Tynemouth. Long stands for the Tynemouth Surfco Longboard Classic in association with the British Longboard Union. Hello, everybody. Chilling at Crusoe's. I hope you're having an epic time. It's fair to say that everybody in the water is having an epic time too. The surf has actually slightly exceeded our expectations this morning. And it's definitely contestable. And this is the under-18s final in the water with 12 minutes to go. Out in the lead in red, Reggie Roynan has got 12.6 on the board. Followed hotly in second place by Rowan Kirbishley, who needs 8.1. In third place, we have Rudy Johnson-Forrest, who needs 9.67. And finally, Ruben Blakely. Rubes, you comboed, amigo. You need to get 2 bangers. That's what you need. And here he is, hustling White for position. Fair play to the little Grom there for keeping him honest. That's an interesting one. "11 minutes left on the clock for this, the under-18 boys final. And there is Ruben up and riding, showing a little bit of his dad's style in the middle of that one. No mistake in that beautiful orange board. Red fading to the right before swinging back left. Gets a little reform on the inside, but can't quite stay on the face of that wave. Probably not going to improve Reggie's situation there. He's rocking a 7.83 from just a moment ago. And the last decent wave was a 4.77. That one might have been somewhere sort of close to that. Blue looks both ways, fades and decides, you know what, there's a better one. I'm out of here. White up and riding. Look at this little exchange we just had here. Get that floater. Make it. Yes. Rowan Kirbishley needed an 8. And that's wise move there. Just keep it rolling all the way to the inside. Trying to milk that wave for everything that it was worth there. And that's what it's going to take to get the job done today. Got to make the most of these conditions. Might only be small waves, but some of them are offering very long rides. And you've got to start off on the outside and make your way as far in as you can whilst performing as many elegant maneuvers as is possible. Look at that paddle from the youngster, young Ruben Blakely. Nose right into a floater and not quite staying connected with that wave. So maybe losing a couple points from the judges in the process. Red turns, burns. Blue dismounts, and it's just all happening out there. Little shout out to Charlie, who's just going out for the final in a moment. He's done a stellar job standing in on the microphone for me today. Nice work, Charlie. You can have this job next year if you want. Actually, maybe get your girlfriend to come up instead. No, because she's good at this stuff, not because what you lot think. I'm going to do a little beach interview here with Mel. You got me in the tower, little beach interview? Just a little one? Maybe they got me. I'm not sure. Mel, what does it mean to you to, be a part of the surfing culture here in Tynemouth and to see this competition roll?
I absolutely love it. I love being part of the surf culture, and I love to see an event like this go ahead so smoothly. It's a lovely chilled vibe, and yeah, it's all pretty cool.
Obviously, we wouldn't be putting words in anybody's mouth, but what do you reckon Stephen would think about a day like today?
I think he'd be really pleased. He'd be super stoked that to see so many people here enjoying Tynemouth and Long Sands, and a legacy that he left, really, you know. It's really good.
Yeah, because he always pushed really hard to keep the Tynemouth Open going here. We had the British Masters and all sorts of competitions came and went with O'Neill's help back in the day, and we've always tried to keep the competitions thing going. It's tricky though, isn't it, when you've got these surf forecasts that are always moving around, but you must feel so happy to finally get the event off the ground.
Yeah, I was super stoked. We couldn't run it last week, and in fact we couldn't run it last year because it was, you know, it was so flat, but yeah, couldn't ask for, I mean, the conditions could be a bit better, but it's sunny, we've got waves, and we've got a great crowd here. So thanks for everybody for coming, and thanks for all you guys from Cornwall coming up, and Wales, and all over the place.
There's people coming from all over the country to be a part of this competition, and it's all really thanks to a combination of personal effort from the likes of Mel, but also North Tyneside Council have really supported this whole competition, as well as the BLU, so a word for those guys too.
Yeah, I would really like to thank North Tyneside Council because they've really supported these events over the last few years. They love, you know, they love to see all these people enjoying Tynemouth. And the BLU have been great in helping us organise it. Louis and I used to try and run these events on our own, and it just got too stressful in the end. So the BLU have taken all that stress away from us, and it's great to have them all here and to be part of it.
Yeah, shout out to the guys in the tower, the judges who are making this a reality for us to actually have a competition through. But out there in the water right now, it's finals time. So let's have a little bit of an update. 5 minutes remaining in the under-18 boys final. Currently top of the stack, we've got Reggie Roynan, who's holding off Rowan Kirbishley in second place. Rowan, you need 9.56, so realistically, Rowan, you need 2 good waves. Things are looking good for Reggie with 5 minutes to go. Get busy, Rowan. And the same for Ruben. Ruben, you got to get 2 decent waves. You are comboed at the moment. Ditto, the same. Rudy Johnson Forrest, you got to find a couple of decent scores, and now's the time to get busy. We're going short format today for the competition. We're going to try and blast through this whole thing by the end of today because the forecast for tomorrow is just too marginal to be able to make the call and say whether it could actually continue in contestable surf. And that certainly is what we've been blessed with so far this morning. We're now at a bit of an interesting stage of the tide for the competition because the tide is now definitely going back. High tide was at 11:45 or thereabouts. Oh, nice. Good send from Blue, but can't stick that one. Put it up there, but then a whole bunch of wind. Got under that gigantic board and said, no can do, amigo. Yellow dropping in. Looked like was thinking barrel, but the wave said, you are wrong to think barrel, and you shall have wipeout. That's what you shall have. They've got a few more T-shirts. You need a T-shirt, team. You need a memento of the day. See this man. T-shirts in here. We've got merch today. We've got hats. We've got beanies. We've got T-shirts. We've got Emily Grimes on the T-shirt, one of the East Coast's best female surfers. Everybody's getting sand in the face right now. One minute and 30 seconds remaining. So red up and running. Currently out in the lead, Reggie Roynan gets the toes to the nose. Giving us a couple of nice windmills, but he's almost got 10 on in a second there. 2 nose rides and a floater to finish. He's going to milk it right through to the inside. That is a nice wave. Can Blue answer back out the back, taking a right-hander, makes it across a little section, floats the boat. And that's all she wrote. Yellow, looking for a little bit more of the same, but that set had had enough as well. No more kilojoules left in that one. So, with only 50 seconds remaining, things are looking pretty good for Reggie Roynan right now. I have a feeling he may have just improved his position at the lead of this heat. Waiting for scores to drop, but right now, Rowan still needs a 9.56 with scores to drop. First place, Reggie Roynan. Second place, Rowan Kirbishley. Third place, Ruben Blakely. Here is White looking to improve that situation just in time as the end of the heat arrives. Double checks. That's a 0 for the tower there on the time. That's worthy of a horn. And this is the last wave of the under-18s final. It was a long wave, but it didn't offer too much scoring potential. And we are calling the under-18 final over. And so we will wait for the final scores to drop. But that was a great little finale to the boys' competition there. Well done to all the surfers. Nice to see a little fist bump action going on in the water.
Probably, yeah, but I bought it here. Actually, from Senegal. I looked at the packet, yeah. I have 3 a day. It's all right. Well, I don't eat sugar, you see, so I the body can process dates. There's a lot of sugar in it, but it's natural sugar. So the body can process it. Fine sugar. Yeah. I always have this little box. I usually eat it all during the day, you see. And it stops me eating sugar.
All right, we are moving straight on. This is the big one. All of the heats are important today, but this is the men's open final. With their eyes on the prize. I'm going to say surfer of the day so far has been our man in red who continues his run of being in the red jersey. It's Mr. Charlie Unsworth. He's having a great day out, both in the water and out. He's just living the dream. In white, also surfing great today, Rowan Kirbishley. In yellow, no doubt wearing some borrowed 5mm boots and maybe even some 5mm gloves now, if he's lucky. Sam Blakely, who hopefully has had a chance to defrost himself from the earlier back-to-back heats. And in blue, representing Saltburn Surf Shop, A man who was second in the final last time we ran this competition, Mr. Evan Rogers. Right, Evan, show us a bit of drop knee, please. He snuck in there, and he looks for the toes on the nose and gets them, and here comes the mojo. Is he going to get a chance to just touch the top of this wave at the very end? Yes, there's the drop knee. I saw a little bit of it, and he's hung on in there to a completion. That is the way you open your account in the final, ladies and gentlemen. When conditions are a bit questionable, you get busy. You get busy as fast as possible, get a score on the board. It's dropping tide time now, and okay, rule of sixths. This is the first third of the tide going back out. Well, it's a rule of 12s, but anyway. Only a small amount of the water has been going out, but right about now is when we start getting quite a lot of movement in the tide. For the next 3 hours or 2 hours, there's movement, and that changes things for the waves. Look at this coming to red. He's out the back. I can only imagine the froth as what looks like a lovely little peaky number comes to Charlie. Can he scratch into it? He just got slightly delayed as that one came in and went a little bit underneath him, which opens the door for Blue to maybe take a swing at this. Look at that A-frame. Go right and you'll be all right. Oh my good Lord, I can't believe it. Couldn't find a way into that wave. But Charlie is trying to make amends on the inside. Well, this is a surprising turn of events. We had a decent set roll through the lineup there, and the lads couldn't find a way to make anything of it. A bit of luck for those who are out of position. Blue's having another look, and he's going to go for the barrel. I think we could probably say that was a barrel for Evan there. He sniffed that out. He really did sniff that out. I mean, it was relatively minor in the grand scheme of things. I saw another clip of Evan getting a barrel at another wave only a few miles away from here that was approximately 4 times bigger than that wave about 1 month ago. We're going to be trying to roll into prize giving at around about 3:30, give or take, last minute objections and stewards' inquiries and whatnot. But yeah, we're going to try and make it happen there. So if you're sticking around, that's when you should find out the results. It'd be great to have a little bit of a crowd gather around when it comes around to that. So if you've been having fun over at Crusoe's, bring your coffees and whatever else you might be stashing over there, and come and say congratulations to all of our competitors at about 3:30. The Blakeleys have got the memo now, and it's officially not warm in the sea, so they are upping the spec of all wetsuit components. We've gone from 3 mil to 5 mil. I keep forgetting to sit in the sun. So, scores update coming in just a minute. I have a sneaky suspicion that these scores are a smidge out of date, but what I've got in front of me at the moment is that Sam Blakely is leading, and Evan Rogers needs 0.34. Red up and riding and yellow up and riding, 2 surfers. This is where it's particularly challenging for the judges, although both of those waves were not the best, which is probably good news for the judging tower. Oh, here we go. This is a tricky one. Both surfers wanting to possibly go the same direction. They changed their minds. And we've got Blue up and riding, gets the toes to the nose, tries to send it into the stratosphere. I have seen Evan launch one of those longboards above the lip a few times around here. But today, doing airs in strong offshores is almost impossible unless your name is Kai Lenny. Alrighty, waiting for a few more scores to drop, but we have had a little bit of a change in the standings here. So still out in the lead, we have yellow, Sam Blakely. Second place, Evan Rogers in blue. You need 2.91, Evan. In third place, Mr. Froth himself, Charlie Unsworth. You need 3.91, Charlie Unsworth. And Rowan Kirbishley, you need 4.67. In white, Rowan, you need 4.67. If you can't do it for yourself, do it for Rod Stewart. Find those scores, team. We want to see some action. Hey, Ruben Blakely, where are you? Oh, sorry, Rudy, my mistake, sorry. Rudy, I think you have a blue singlet that Lola would like, please. Nice work, Sam. That was a great wave. Good mojo, too. Oh, yeah, he did a Mahatma. He did the Mahatma Gandhi. One arm went high in the sky. It's a beautiful move. Often underscored, the Mahatma. There's really been a proper showcase of optional repertoire out there today from Sam Blakely, who's been bringing all the styles. Lola, what are the giveaway signs when your dad's having loads of fun on a surfboard? What's the signature steez that he's adding?
I reckon, like, arms up, just looking relaxed, then... You know, but he always looks very chilled. He always makes it look very easy. So
I think that's one of the hardest skills. Don't you think in longboarding to make it look easy is the skill?
I think so, yeah. Especially on tiny little ankle tappers, which is what he's normally on. And same with me as well.
We always feel like you just got to rush, don't you, on small waves, but you just have to find a way to do the opposite.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's like we both love surfing little waves, so I think you just got to be relaxed and chilled and you make it look easy.
I've always found it to be one of the most miraculous things that a 6-inch wave, if ridden to perfection, could be one of the most joyful waves of your entire life. Have you had that experience?
I think I have, and especially because me and my dad are both very tall, so it's quite surprising that we're able to surf tiny little waves, but yeah, I love it.
I remember a session at Croyd once, years and years ago now, where it was sunset and obviously west coasting, you're watching the sun going down when you're paddling out, and it was no more than 6 inches. And I got a wave that barreled over my front foot as I stood in the middle of a longboard for what felt like half an hour, but it was only 25 seconds. They're pretty good, those moments, aren't they?
100%. And normally when it's that small, there's no one out, so that's the best time.
Not the case that day at Croyd. There was a fair old zoo in the lineup, but tell me a strange little memorable moment that you have on your surfboard, Lola.
Ooh, strange memorable moment. I've got a lot. I don't know about strange. I've got a few memorable moments. I don't know, probably just surfing with dolphins at home is pretty cool. Other than that, yeah, all my surfs are always pretty fun, so I'm always just happy to get in the sea.
You've actually just reminded me of another one there. I was surfing in the Philippines in Siargao at Cloud 9, and all of a sudden a big, huge group of flying fish came through the lineup, and I got smashed in the face by a flying fish. And where exactly do these things happen? Outside of the surfing world, I don't know where they happen, but Another memorable one was at Bamborough, surfing at Bamborough. I duck dive a wave, and a porpoise jumped out of the middle of the face of the wave that I was duck diving and went into slow motion as, oh no. Momentary pause in the story while the sound system comes back on. The porpoise jumps over my head and misses me by 3 inches. And I always live with this fear that if that porpoise had come 6 inches lower, it would have absolutely killed me. But as it was a great moment. And that's what surfing's all about, isn't it? Nature and you.
100%, yes.
Yeah, we need that rashi. Who's got a blue rashi? Anybody got a blue rashi? Please bring it back to the lifeguard tower. Okay, scores update. Is he going to hang on? This is exactly what happened last year or last time. Evan Rogers is in the lead in first place. In second place is Sam Blakely. Sam, you need 4. Look at this. Oh. Now, that could be tricky. What will the judges make of that? I wouldn't like to speculate what the judges think of that. I'm sure that there's no bad vibes in the water whatsoever, but that could have been a controversial moment for the competition. We will wait and see what they have to say. So just to explain what I'm talking about there, that was both 2 surfers were up and riding on the same wave just there. There were kind of 2 peaks, and it could probably be argued... Oh, it could maybe be said that neither surfer affected the other surfer as they both stood on that same wave. But we'll have to wait and see what the judges have to say on that one, because it could have been an interference for Evan Rogers. And if it was an interference, that means that Evan would lose one of his 2 scores that count towards his final total. What say you, judging tower? This is like when they award a penalty in the 92nd minute. And you're like, no way, it's a fix. Nah, it's not that bad. But still, we'll have to wait and see. Still waiting for scores to drop here, but still got Evan Rogers at the top with Sam needing a 4 and Charlie needing a 4. And Rowan needing a 5. Here's Rowan up and riding. He's got himself a little left-hander. That one kind of split apart as it came across the sandbar there, and he ended up on the wave that was behind the wave in front, which makes very little sense at all, but it meant that he couldn't do anything good. I'm trying to get an update here on my phone, but it's being a little bit lethargic. We've got 3 minutes and 46 left, and it looks like they have not penalised Evan. I'm not 100%. Judging tower, just look to your right. Was there an interference there, judging tower? No interference? Raise your hand in the judging tower if there was an interference. Okay, no hand has been raised, so there was not an interference. That's great. In that case, 3 minutes left, surfers. Evan is sitting on top. Sam Blakely is in second in yellow, and he needs a 4. In third place, Rowan Kirbishley, you need 3.5. Mr. Froth himself, Charlie Unsworth, you need a 3.98 to move up, but you need a bit more than that to win. Blue, up and riding. This is a little nugget. Look at that micro nugget. Finds a way to do a little cutback. Can't quite get to the nose, but then just taps his foot to the front and then goes like a submarine down under. Evan looking to improve on his lowest score, which was a 3.67. It's probably about the same. Okay, what's the score here? Oh, Charlie was looking for a barrel that didn't exist, and White has tried to float the boat, and this one's a bit of a reforming number. He's trying to stay in contact with this one just in case he gets another chance for a score, but not this time. This is the men's open final. And we are approaching the end game of the men's open final here with only 1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining. This is where it starts getting a bit tricky. Now the tide is definitely dropping back a bit faster. That has a more dynamic effect on this dropping swell that we have here. But there is Charlie finding a little insider. A little press and a release to get that board up onto the top of the wave for a second and float the boat. He might slightly improve on his 2.67 there, but I don't think he's going to improve his 4. And it's time to really get a motor on, particularly if you're Sam Blakely. We've got 20 seconds left. 20 seconds left, and it's Evan who is trying to scratch into one. And it looks like maybe this time Evan can go one better. And he might just be able to hang on for a little victory lap on this, again, very small but perfectly formed wave, and that's a little celebratory hang 5, and the end of the final is called. Oh, spare a thought for Sam there, who sat out the back waiting for a bomb that never came. So we have our result for the men's final. Good job, everybody in the water. And now we will move directly into the women's open final, starting in 1 minute. In the women's final, we have Beth Layfield, Emily Curry, Georgina Lutas, and Lola Blakely. So from one Blakely to another. Lola's managed to find her singlet. That's good. So the thing now about these conditions is the heats are 20 minutes long. That seems like quite a while, right? 20 minutes can disappear very quickly when you're waiting for a good set, which is coming once every 20 minutes. And that'll be a feature of what happens over the next few hours. There might be slightly more of a gap between the good waves. They'll still be out there, but they'll be a bit less regular. And if we compare what's happening now to what was happening 1 hour ago, there were waves that were the full width of the beach, and all of a sudden, it's more peaky and it's more in one place. And look at this one coming to blue. That looks like a great wave, which is just arriving slightly too soon. Okay, that's it. We're underway. This is the ladies' final. We are go, go, go. Oh, they're cheering him up the beach. They're calling it already, and rightly so. He's gone one better than last year. Come on for Saltburn's squad. Evan's getting cheered up the beach. I love to see it. Make sure we've got a photo of this, somebody. Well done, Evan. You deserve it, mate. That's great. And look at this bomb that is rolling through outside. I told you there'd still be some bombs. They would just be a bit less regular. White has found a way into this wave. Yes, the pink board, and hit that lip. Boom. Stuck it. Way to start the heat. Very nice. Okay, so it wasn't a barrel like in the final of last time we had the comp, but that is a great first wave for Emily Curry there. Absolutely flying down the line. Can Blue answer back? This is a lovely peak coming to young Blakely. Lola, which way is she going to go? She picks the left. Checks the board into the middle of the face, and the toes go to the nose. Tricky section, and smoked. Smoking. Should like a smoking a pancake? Oh, look at that one. That's the absolute barrel in front of us there. That was a total shore break grinder. FYI, girls, there was a barrel. Now this is a little bit of an interesting one. Look at this little peak coming towards red. Is it going to stand up enough? A little bit more of an A-framer. She's having a look. Beth Layfield up and riding. Checks right, decides to go left. Got the toes on the nose, comes off the bottom. Can she make it over that one in front? No. Some pretty classic judging here. We've often in surfing competitions, particularly on the World Surf Tour, you see great waves surfed at the start of the heat that don't necessarily score quite as much as you might think that they deserved. But that's because the judges try and give themselves a little bit of space to award high-performance surfing later in the heat. just in case conditions have suddenly changed. You never know, like one heat can be almost flat and then the next heat it could be absolutely firing. So that first wave for Emily, the score of 4.3. If that had been with 5 minutes to go, that might have been a 5.3, maybe. But there was a bit of straight travel. She was just flying, having too much fun. All right, so second place at the moment in red, Beth Layfield, you need 1.27. Third place, Lola Blakely, you need 1.84 to move up. And Georgina, you need to get amongst it. Oh.
Pardon me? Right. Evan won that. He won, didn't he? Evan won. Yeah. I was carrying up going, fuck, he's heavy. I'm sure. I hope he's won this one. We've not mistakenly done this.
So here we are. This is the Women's Open final. And at the minute, Emily Curry is looking like she might secure a back-to-back at Tynemouth Longboard Championship. That was a nice split peak from the girls there. We have seen one great set. That was a really, really nice set that just came through. How long will it be till we get another one? We've got about 11-second interval on the swell today. When you get to 10 seconds, that's what's called a ground swell. That means that the swell has traveled, well, let's say for the sake of argument, a minimum of 100 miles to get to where it is. As waves travel further through water, the gap between them increases. And when you get to a 10-second gap, that's what we consider to be good waves, usually, because they travel faster and they are better formed. And we're at, we'll call it 11 today. And the thing about ground swell is it's a bit less regular. If it was a 9-second interval, it would almost always be 1 to 3 foot. But today, it's going from half a foot up to maybe 4 foot every 20 minutes. And what can these girls do with these conditions for the next 12 minutes? We've got 12 minutes left in the ladies' final. And Emily Curry is still out in front, wearing white. She was wearing red last time she won this competition, but today she's in white on the pink board. Lady Penelope's surfboard. Currently sitting in second place, Lola Blakely needs a 4.46 to move up into the lead. And what does that look like? She's got to get the best wave of the finals so far to move up into first place. Emily's had a couple of nice little runners. Beth Layfield, you need a 3.9, Beth. You need 3.9. And Georgina still needs to find a little nugget. Well done, Ev. I'm over here. Hey, man. Good job. See you shortly. Emily's up and riding, but that one says no dice. Red up and riding. Not quite finding the magic numbers yet. Lola has managed to get herself up into second place. It is, yeah, I'm just like shuffling across like this. Is so lovely. We still have 8 minutes remaining in the ladies' final here. That is more than enough time for a banger to come through. And here's a nice little inside runner. Look at that little back door peak that Beth Layfield found herself on there, looking for a 4.17. And I think that is a wise play to stay busy at this point of the final. You just want to keep rolling the dice. Great to see such a good crowd down here supporting the event on the beach. Hope you guys are enjoying this little spectacle. Here she goes again. Girl of the moment. Emily is giving it a power paddle. Here's Blue having a look. Lola Blakely currently in second place. Check turn to the left. Little peak of a cut back across that. Can she make the connection onto the wave in front? Almost. Goes down swinging. Looking for a 4.73. Just asking the question. Knocking on the door for the judges and saying, give me something. It's a bit of a banger coming in here, and who is going to have right of way? That's a tough call. Emily being quite wise there, I think, to let that one go. That could have been a questionable situation. Maybe both surfers equally entitled to that one, but it was a bit of a closeout in the end, so no dramas. Good vibes zone. Georgina's got herself on the board. She's got a 1.47 to show for the effort of being out there. And here comes a nice looking wave. What's this one going to do? Look, that it's changing its shape. And I think Emily has found the special sauce here. Flying down the line, looking for another little section to work with, but wasn't to be on that one either. There looks to be a few little lines coming in here. With 5 minutes remaining, everyone's going to get a decent crack at this. Georgina Lutas looking for a 5.76, thinks about it, and thinks better of it. Oh, very nice from Red there. Nice long wave and floats the boat. Make it. Has made it. Now that is interesting. Beth Layfield has just put herself back in contention with 4 minutes to go with a very nice little left-hand nugget. And out the back, Emily Curry is scratching after something that she's seen on the horizon. Here is what we promised you just before, one of those every 15-minute or so set waves. And look at this little strange thing coming together. She checks to the right, trims, and looks for something off the end section, goes cut back. Oh, and can't quite stick it to completion there. So a little chance goes begging for Emily there. With 3 minutes and 47 seconds left on the clock. Scores waiting to drop for Beth Layfield, who may have just upped the ante. She has. Beth Layfield has gone into first place with that last wave. Emily Curry, you need a 3.92. Emily, 3.9. I had a feeling Beth had caught a sweet little wave there, and it's true, she has. Beth is in red out in the water. Emily's in white, and Lola Blakely is in blue with Georgina Lutas, hopefully saving her best till last. Now, come on, Georgina, find yourself a little corner. Well, you just jig around a little bit, don't you? You don't do too much. Like John's doing his masterful understatement that Dad does. It's just like economy of movement. Not too much.
Yeah,
Just
he's controlling his mouth.
There's a time when I could have done more, but now I choose not to.
Yeah, no, it's just subtle. You don't want to look like you're trying too
I've
hard.
got nothing to prove now, kids. Just look at me not go. Emily Curry trying to put herself back in first, flying into a float, toes on the nose, and can't stick it. Lola tries to respond with a left-hander. A flurry of action as we come down to the last minute and 30 seconds on a very nice little wave there. And this is coming together for a real finale now. This is the score. Emily Curry, you still need a 3.92. Did she get it there? I think. Ooh, it's going to be a tough call. I wouldn't like to speculate on that one. And Beth tries to put the icing on the cake, and that one maybe didn't offer quite as much as her second best wave. And Lola was trying to get busy there, but she still needs a 4.75. Emily, you still probably need about a 4. That is doable, but time is now of the essence. With less than a minute to go in this, the ladies' final of the Tynemouth Longboard Classic 2026 edition in collaboration with the British Longboard Union. I could go on with all of this stuff, but don't worry, I won't bore you. Either way, we're having a surf comp, and it's epic. Just over 30 seconds to go. Time to get busy. Emily Curry rolls the dice one more time. Flying down the line, cuts back into the pocket, looks for a little reform on the inside. Can she add a bit of mojo? She can't add a bit of mojo, not this time. Lola, right-hander. It's shaped up. She bottom turns and decides, no, I think I've still got another wave in the last 15 seconds. Maybe she has, maybe she hasn't. And it looks like Beth might have the last word in this heat. 5 seconds remaining. We're very much approaching the finale here, and that is all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. She came from behind, and she's pulled it out the bag. I'm going to keep it secret for just a moment. 3:30, we're going to do our prize giving. Oh, there's Emily trying to get a barrel like last time. Almost did. And that's just competitive surfing in a nutshell just there. Emily probably did just get a 4-point wave moments after the buzzer. It was all happening in that heat, wasn't it? That was great. I mean, how was the final out there?
Pretty tricky. I mean, I just didn't get the waves I needed. The other guys were absolutely ripping. Every time I turned around, Evan was on a wave, Tom was on a wave, Rowan was on a wave. It was great to see. Yeah, boys were surfing great. The ladies were ripping. Yeah, it was brilliant.
I think, Charlie, you used all of your luck in the previous rounds. You had a hell of a run in the 2 rounds before that, and then maybe just ran out of steam a little.
Absolutely. My first 2 heats, something clicked, felt really good. I was getting the waves I needed, feeling super relaxed. In that heat, the waves didn't come to me. Started paddling around like a muppet. And, it was just chasing little ripples in the end. Couldn't make anything scoreable, but that's the way competition goes. You know, you can be favourite all the way through, and then out at the end, that's just how it goes. But always frothing.
His coach is chiming in the background that he ought to just listen to his instructions a little more closely. There's always next time. Well done to the girls in the water there. Really good final with a few twists and turns on the way to the result there. It was all up for grabs. Fantastic spectacle the girls put on for us there. Really enjoyable to watch that one. And we're moving now into the men's masters. And we are go in the men's masters, in actual fact. Lads, it's on. This is our last heat of the day today. What an epic day it's been. It's been super fun. And this is what's happening. We've already had a score drop by Sam Blakely. He's wasted no time in almost every single one of his heats today, and he has got busy once more and put himself in a nice position to start the heat with a 4.5. So, what have the rest of the gang got to say about that? So, in white, Sam Blakely. In red, Ollie Wickham. In yellow, Tom Gibson. And in blue, John Pullinger. And John, or Jack as he's also known. Jack repping the army here today. Jack's having the best day off you could possibly imagine from grafting with the armed forces. This is just pure fun. which at the end of the day is what surfing is. It's self-expression, it's physical mastery, but primarily surfing is actually just fun. Interesting decision from the Masters here to find the peak a little more to the south end of the beach after seeing everybody doing pretty well further up the beach. They must have seen something out there that's just got them excited. Tom Gibson's had enough of this and he's paddling north. On a hunch as much as anything. Not too much action right now. Sam having a little bit of a look. He's trying one of those little ones, wondering whether that might just stand up and let him get a bit of travel time on the nose, but not this time. Power paddle there from Tom Gibson, seeing if he can scratch into one. What are you seeing out there?
Photographer running in flippers. I've never seen anyone run at such speed and big feet.
It's like a beautiful bird of paradise striding through the shallows. Like one of those lily hoppers, if you've seen that episode of Planet Earth, with its massive blue feet hopping across lilies on the water surface. That's the skill that's required. If you believe in reincarnation, we may be seeing something special there from our water photographer. Or is it just that he's like a duck? I can see a bomb coming in and somebody needs to catch it. What is going to happen here, ladies and gentlemen? These are the kinds of moments we're waiting for in this final. The Masters, they've seen it all before, but they've got to do it all again. Sam turns. He seems to be somewhere near a corner on this wave, but that one has gone fat and gone underneath him, which gives Ollie half a chance, but he can't find a way in. Now this is likely to be one of only 2 more sets that we're going to see in this competition, and it looks like it's caught almost everybody out. It has. All right, so we're going to roll straight into the prize giving after this pretty much as quickly as we can at 3 o'clock. And look at that wind out there. It's suddenly absolutely scorching wind. Oh, he just tries to grab rail and pull into that little shore break tube. Ollie Wickham listening to my coaching tips slightly here as he tries to stay busy in this final, just in case. Oh, look at this. Yellow and white are in a good spot. Sam adjusts his position. Is he too far inside? No, he's perfectly positioned on this beautiful right-hander. This is looking good. Now, is he going to stay in contact with it? It's gone a bit fat. And look at that. It totally sold him a dummy. It looked like a banger. And then it went and doubled up in between the two sandbars that were currently stuck in between, and somehow or another a great wave went by without a score attached to it. All right, listen, this is what's happening. First place, Sam Blakely may have just missed an opportunity to really extend this lead there, but in second place is Ollie Wickham. Ollie Wickham needs a 5.67 to move up. Stay busy, Ollie, stay busy. Catch the insiders. And the same goes for you, Tom Gibson, who needs a 6. And John Pullinger, who needs a 6.5. Stay busy, lads. We have got 11 minutes remaining. Oh, it's all happening here. Everybody up and riding. Ollie gets a nice long one and makes it to the end of the line. Sam also manages to get the board up onto the lip for a split second there. Showed us a bit of style at the same time. Charlie Unsworth flicking sand in my eyes. It's all happening. That was a little flurry of activity in the water there, keeping the judges on their toes with multiple surfers up and riding. And as the dust settles, we're waiting for scores to drop, but no major change to the situation. Still in first place is Sam Blakely with 10 minutes to go. In second place is Ollie Wickham. You are in second, Ollie. And you need a 6. A little quiet lull has fallen on the lineup right now, but things stand roughly the same. Sam Blakely is out in front in white. He's leading with a couple of solid scores, a 3 and a 4.5. In second place, high scoring with a 1.57. Ollie Wickham needs to find a 6 if he wants to take the lead. Ollie, this is a wave. Catch that wave. Let's go. No time to waste. Got to go, go, go. Sam up and riding at the same time as Tom Gibson. And look, Sam has just used his experience again there. He's found a little runner. And I have to say that could have improved his situation over the 3 that he was keeping as his second score, which puts a bit more pressure on the rest of the field. turning and having another look at this one. He keeps finding himself in the right place at the right time. Sam Blakely using all his experience here, but that one not cooperating. Here's another little ripple. 6 minutes remaining. There is another wave that needs to be caught. Ollie. We're coming towards the end of today's competition here, and we've got just over 5 minutes remaining. We have a little change on the scoreboard here. We have Tom Gibson has got himself into second place. And now, Ollie, you need to find a 7.7. To make it into first place, that is. But a 1.6 to move up to second. Go. This could be that score. There's a little bit of face. He's up and he's rolling. That double up gets the better of him, though. That one not quite cooperating. And look at this. There is a nice set rolling in. Who's going to be in position for this one? It looks like Sam might be. He is up and riding, and Ollie's going to get a chance at the left at the same time. Oh, it's gone underneath him. Unbelievable. And that is just that's a good example there. Ollie is just a bit too close to the rip, and that is causing the wave to double up a bit and bypass the position that he's in right now. But is there time to relocate, to nudge himself up that leaderboard? Well, he's going to have to do it soon. 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Time to get busy in the lineup. No time to be sitting around. Got to get busy. Yellow thrashing himself, trying to get into that one, but can't quite make the connection. We've got about 2 minutes left in this one. And here comes a little bump. Paddle in, Ollie. This one's going to double up. Take that wave. Go. 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 I told you it was going to double up. Listen to coach. Oh, Yellow's sending it. And look at this out the back again. He's about to give us a masterclass here. Sam's found himself in position for another beautiful wave. Roll. Is he going to get over the step here? No, he's going to get caught out by that one. Blue flying down the line. Got 1 minute left on the clock. 1 minute. Go. And that is the end of the heat. So our final heat goes down. And it looks like White has used all of experience. And the Blakeleys will take home another prestigious surfing title. And look at this little victory lap that Sam's getting here. Oh, touches the... There we go. We're back in business. What a nice way to finish there for Sam Blakely. Masterclass in Masters surfing there. That was a great final from the lads there. Really enjoyed seeing everybody catching a few waves, and good work to all of the Masters for holding it down out there. So, this is what's going to happen now. We're going to have 15 minutes of tabulation, cross-examination, complaints, and all other things straightened out. So then we could go directly into our prize giving, which will be just over here at the side of Crusoe's, between the judging tower and Crusoe's. So if you can drag yourselves over here in 15 minutes, it would be great to have a little bit of vibe around the competitors as we give out all of the prizes. I have it on authority that Evan Rogers has already stated that his entire 350 quid winner's check will be spent on shots tonight. So follow that man to the bar. There's going to be some buzz. like how we're just giving everyone one last hill to climb to get up this.
You gotta reach it up.
You want your prize? Here. How much do you want it?
Crawl up the hill.
I'm going to hand you over to Minnow here. He's got a few words to say from the British Longboard Union. And a big up to them for coming and supporting us with the event today. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Tynemouth, for having us. Sadly, I couldn't make it last year, but I'm here this year. Great day. Sunshine, good waves, good atmosphere. One of the best contests I've been to, and I've been to a lot of contests. And so first of all, I'd like to thanks to everybody for participating and all the entrants as well from all over, from England, Wales, Scotland, and far down in Cornwall. There's a big posse from Sennan. You'll see them up here in a minute. But special thanks to North Tyneside Council, who funded pretty much all of this event, backed up by the Tynemouth Surf Company, Extra Tough, Guard, Yeti, Tiki, Sea Monster, Joy Robe, and Crusoe's Cafe. Big hand for Crusoe's, please. They fed us and watered us, the judges and the staff. Also, before I start, there's two other thanks. The two lifeguards, Will and Matty. Thanks for standing there getting cold all day.
Just a moment. Why are you all standing so far away? Can you all take about 5 steps further forward? Come on. Don't be unfriendly.
Okay, so competitors. Two local faces here, Mel and Louis from the Surf Club. They're going to help present the prizes, sorry. So, okay, I'll call them out, or I can hand over to James, who's been really good. Put your hands together, please, for James. A really good commentator. Good music choice. Yeah, I reckon so. I ain't sure if he'd travel to Cornwall. For the first one then, the cadets under 16s, those all coming up. 4th place, Joshua Mason. Yeah, stay up for the photo, okay? In 3rd place, Rudy Johnston Forrest. Stay up for the photo. And in 2nd place, Will Hurst. Come back again. Okay, junior boys under 18. Louis, you ready? 4th place, Rudy Johnston Forrest. Back up on the podium, please. And in 3rd place, Ruben Bleakley. Now it gets quite tough for the under 18s. Rowan Kerbersley in 2nd place. And the winner, Reggie Roynan. And these two have been battling it out for a couple of years. And I'm magic. Thank you, guys. Brilliant. Up next then, the older clan, the Grand Masters. All these guys are 50 plus, believe it or not. In 4th place, Ben Chandler. Come on, Ben, don't be shy. Hey. I didn't bring the tractor. Stay up here for a photo. Come on. In third place, John Nolan. This guy was super keen. He was the first one I met this morning at 8:15. Well done, thank you. Well, it gives me great pleasure on awarding the second place to Stuart Cross. And me and Stuart go way back, and a memory, I got to share it. Are you okay to share the... Yeah. Some 20 years ago at Watergate Bay was... got quite windy, and he had a big motorhome, and he was loading the van up. Next thing, ugh! And he was on the floor, and he was airlifted to Trellis, but he's all in working order now. So thank you, Stuart. Stuart Cross in second place, which does leave only one place. He lives in Newquay, but he's proud to be Scottish. Tom Gibson, please. Okay, photo.
I'll do swap to these ones then. You can do the last one.
No, you go.
Oh, yeah? Let me have the list so I can see what's going on.
I'll just say. Okay, thank you, guys. Yeah, see you at the next one. St. Ives in a few weeks' time. Thank you. Okay, that's enough of me. Over to James now to do the last ones. Thank you.
All right, nice one. Thanks, Minnow. And yeah, moving now into the Masters. Well, there was one guy that we were all kind of rooting for, and we still are now. He ended up in fourth place, Mr. Ollie Wickham. Most stoked rad dad on the beach, maybe. You win that prize in my book at any rate. Went down swinging, had no shoulders left, and that's what it's all about. Third place, Tom Gibson. Where are you, Tom? There he is again. Well done. Second place, living the dream on his day off from the armed forces, John or Jack Pullinger. How you feeling, mate? So good. Look at that. Second place? No way. And he froze his toes clean off. Couldn't believe how bolting it was in the northeast. Despite all the evidence, he still came top. Sam Blakely, well done, Sam. Showing that experience does matter in the water. Found all the good ones. Congratulations to all the masters. A really great final there between the lads. Super fun watching them out there. Where's our photographer? There he is. Okay, quick photo there. Now, just a little word here from Sam, because Minnow deserves a special word of appreciation, and Sam's got it.
Yeah, I'd just like to say something. This year we celebrate 30 years of the British Longboard Union. Minnow founded it a long time ago, and it has been a stepping stone to World Tour surfers like Emily Curry and Ben Skinner, multiple European champions. It has brought together the longboard community, and without the likes of Norn, Dorm and Minnow and all of the people who support the events, this wouldn't happen, and it's really special. And in recognition of Minnow's service to long
Great buzz in the booth there, John. That was beautiful buzz control. That's what we wanted. Thank you very much. Okay, and that brings us down to the men's open. In fourth place, Mr. Froth, and my right-hand man today on the Stokeometer. He's really high on the scale. It's Charlie Unsworth. Thank you very much, Charlie, for all your help today. Great surfing, bro. In third place, Rowan Kirbishley. Where's he gone? There he is again, Rowan. Good job today, mate. Well done. Second place, he tried to do the double, but Sam Blakely takes another bit of important bragging right back down south. Well done. Second in the open. Good talking point at dinner. Secretly, he's delighted that he's outperformed the kids. And he's turned it around from 2024, where he was narrowly beaten in the last second by Elliot Dudley, to today, where he's gone one step better, chaired up the beach. Local legend too, Evan Rogers. Where are you at? Mr. Shots, as he will be known later tonight. What time is it? It's shots o'clock. Although we do condone responsible drinking here in Tynemouth. And that basically brings an end to proceedings. We must once again say a massive thank you to everybody who enables this competition. It's a celebration of all things that are great in surfing, but most of all, its local community. Without the buzz of this lad's just here, Louis, and that lady just over there, Mel, this whole thing probably wouldn't happen. So if we can make some noise for Louis, Mel, Stephen Hudson upstairs, and we will all see you next time Mother Nature allows, and we will spread the love one more time.
Right, guys, just before you go, I've got some trophies or some medals left from last year because we didn't run. They're just like the guys have got now. If you'd like a little momentum with our little logo on them, come up and get them. I've got loads of them. Well, Slate.
Did we thank the lifeguards? If we didn't thank the lifeguards, thank you, lifeguards. Oh, yeah, and tonight, guys, the film festival is in full swing at the Salt Market Social. Come down and see a little bit more of what's going on in the surf community. Thank you to everybody who's stuck around and supported the event. What a belter.